or you can always Google the Bagel Loan.
NMLS number 226715.
America is turning 250 this year, and Circus Sports is celebrating by offering all users in Missouri $250. For everyone in Missouri, all you have to do is deposit $250 on your Circus Sports app, then play through that deposit. Once you do, Circus Sports will reward you with $250 right in your account. This is available for everyone in Missouri, new and existing users. Celebrate 250 years and find out more at circusports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Delsing here, and my show Golf with Jay Delsing brings you everything you need to know about the great game of golf. From interviewing golf greats to equipment, lessons, and stories, all here Sunday mornings from 8 to 10 on 101 ESPN.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown and Crouppen Morning After with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to the Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASCL YouTube channel. We are in our Stiefel studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt mans the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Come on in. The water's warm today. Call in 314-974-0101. Text in Air Comfort Service. Text inbox 314-399-9646. And, of course, you can watch the program anytime you want. You can go back and watch it and podcast like the Dickens that way via the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. It's the TMA.
I'm sorry, I want to get ahead of this.
Uh-oh, what's going on?
Martin's camera, Doug's camera, currently not working.
I've never seen Doug as furious as he is at this particular moment.
It might be the last straw.
This is it?
Yeah, this could be.
This is the end.
Walk out. Yeah. I don't know how much I can take.
My only friend, the end.
What do we do? What will we do?
I'm going into the YouTube. Does this mean the YouTube's not up?
No, YouTube's up.
Just me?
Just you and me.
Oh,
wow.
Doug, so it begins.
Seems like a deliberate attempt to get a Tom, you're out. It feels like that.
Tom, you're out. Nicely done. You just watched The Godfather.
I did. That's why
it's fresh on your mind.
My swipe card didn't work today. I go, oh, here we go. Here we go. There's always a guy in a band sitting in the lobby. He's kind of looking at me like, do you belong? And I'm like, well, do you belong? Who you with? Who you with?
Today I can't see Doug or Martin, and I'd like a refund. That's from Minute Bowl eligible.
All right, $0 coming back into your account.
Wow.
Give us your Venmo. Well, it happens.
All we need to see is Tim, though. That's from HB Cards. Jackson, why did you mess up Doug and Martin's cameras?
It's a leading question, Your Honor. Objection. The station went off the air for a moment last night. All the stations did. There was a maintenance deal they had to do. Had to redo some software. So I do know that a lot of things were sideways this morning for a lot of stations. Luckily, everything on terms of over the air was all great, but I believe there was some issues with the YouTube software that came from that. So our wonderful engineering team will, I'm sure, take care of that post-haste.
Okay, we'll try to get through it.
But I know it's my fault, so sorry.
I would think that that's accurate. Certainly none of us are going to take any of the blame for it because we don't know the first thing about it.
Not necessarily blame to pass around.
No.
You just blamed yourself, though, bro.
It didn't seem heartfelt. I mean, I love papers, but it didn't seem heartfelt.
Well, because it wasn't accurate.
Okay.
Well, so what do we do?
Broadcast the show.
This is radio. What do we do without the cameras?
Thank you. Good question. So yeah, they're not going to be happy about that in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You can express your disdain by going in there. Michelob Ultra, the sponsor of it. Papers gets a new head of hair and is already trying to weed out Doug and Martin. That's from Helmet Nacho Heaven in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
I feel especially bad because Doug is wearing just a darling little set right now.
Yeah, kind of a St. Gabriel color.
A darling set?
Yeah. I like the
golf shirt with a quarter zip?
Yeah, but the contrast of colors is really nice.
Yeah, St. Gabriel.
Yeah, or kind of St. Louis Rammies.
Well, I like a cute top.
Yeah, well, you got it. You got that, brother.
Where are Doug and Martin? That's from cousin Artie from D.C.
Well, Tim, they cycle on and they cycle off. So we addressed that 45 seconds ago, but we'll have to readdress it, it appears.
And obviously, we want the YouTube cameras to work, but the YouTube stream is up. Therefore, it is a easily listenable. It's not like Martin and Doug are doing some sort of circus act during the show where the visuals are.
What if we were?
So paramount. It would be great if you could start juggling, or stick fire in their mouth somehow.
Wow. Why don't you swallow a sword, son?
Swallow a sword. Yeah, swallow a sword. Why don't you swallow a sword, son?
So use your imagination as to what Doug and I are actually doing. We're doing magic over here. You just can't see it.
Why don't Doug just sit on Tim or Jackson's lap? Then all will be good. That's from Ian LePerriere.
I think that's fair.
Don't we usually get like a couple hundred people watching on YouTube? It's not much more than that, right?
Uh-oh. Oh, you just crapped on the YouTube people.
Way to pump it up, Doug.
Bad idea,
But I mean, we got,
Jeans.
10,000 or more hopefully listening, and a couple hundred on YouTube,
All right, so
and that just stops the show?
So I've switched it to, you see that camera up there? You guys all see the camera on the
sure
top
we do.
Wide
left?
shot.
Yeah. So I have, all you guys are visible right now.
Although the monitor behind you, all I see is a lovely living room, perhaps, maybe in like kind of French
Ooh, when we get the YouTube
countryside.
stream up.
Yeah, what do you got going on our monitor?
It's very relaxing.
It is.
It's like when you get to a computer screen. Every day I go into work, somebody's changed it, and it always looks like a nice Swiss resort.
Yeah.
Looks really pleasant, but I don't know where it's coming from.
Well, you can complain in that YouTube chat or text in, maybe call in with a complaint. That'd be fine as well. Doug, you have a responsibility in the healthcare evolution 7 o'clock hour, though. Dustin McClendon of Lifetime Roofing said, I want Doug Vaughn to set the map for the show with the Lifetime Roofing lead. You're going to be put to the test here today.
Yeah, I think so.
Which one are you going to go with?
Well,
You got two choices.
There's Walter going into the Hall of Fame. There's the big NBA trade, and there's the Cardinals, and there's Messi setting records.
Pape?
But I think the biggest interest story in our town remains the St. Louis Cardinals. Arenado back, Cardinals get another win. Andre Palante, kind of without a lot of fanfare, putting together a heck of a season.
Heck of a year, 1985, Casey Bush.
Okay. I think the
Best part of
Redbirds
the
are
video
still
is
the
the
lead.
ending. When it was a heck of a year, and by gum, we'll get them next year. And then next year they were awful.
That's right.
Spoiler alert.
Did you not see ESPN Sports Center coverage this morning from 5 a.m. to 5:40 of nothing but the Giannis trade?
I missed it.
I texted little Jackie Papers over there, who has sabotaged our YouTube cameras, and I said, on a scale of 1 to 10, how big is this trade in ball knowers' world? And Papers, what number did you give me?
7.
7. But I'm telling you, Doug, Nicole Briscoe and was that Stan Verrett?
I don't know who was on
Michael
there.
Eaves?
I was sleeping.
From 5 a.m. to 5:40, it was nothing but Giannis. And I thought to myself, am I missing something on this? Or is this simply a byproduct of, from ESPN's perspective, there's nothing else going on because Fox is carrying the World Cup and there weren't really thrilling games yesterday, even though you did have Messi and Mbappe and Haaland all scoring, that they said, we're just going Giannis, 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 zero baseball, zero anything else. I don't know. Papers, what was the rationale, you think?
Well, he's still one of the best players in the world, and has been a long time coming, this trade. And ESPN especially has written a ton of articles, like even right after their championship 5 years ago, like, well, what does this mean for Giannis's trade value in the future? So they've kind of been manifesting this, and now that's happened, especially him going to Miami.
They want all the great players out of the Midwest. You think that's the agenda?
Well, certainly out of Milwaukee.
Wow, Martin, how's that feel as a Marquette guy?
It hurts. It hurts. I saw a lot of Bucks fans upset, and then the media in Milwaukee's response to all of this, he wanted out.
Yeah.
Like, everybody's, why would you trade him? He wanted out.
Yeah.
An Ottawa fan, what'd you trade Brady for? He wanted out.
Right. So no one's surprised by the trade. A lot of people thought maybe the Celtics were going to be the landing spot for Giannis, but Miami has been long rumored. So to me, it wasn't a huge surprise, but I can understand their coverage considering all the circumstances.
And his list of teams did not include the Blues? Yeah,
Not that we know of.
No.
Okay.
I'm going to laugh when Tanner's able to fix this YouTube before BK and Ferrario. That's some Iggy's prison window hand.
There's a good chance that it does get fixed before 11 a.m.
But you're saying that Tanner would be able to fix it. I agree with Iggy's prison window hand.
If Tanner gets some love for it, then I'm happy for my guy. I like Tanner a lot.
Had I known we were having these problems, I could have brought in my ratchet set.
Right.
Doug, you determined that the Cardinals are the lead. The Cardinals get the win last night. Your final 3-2. The Cardinals are coming. Tra-la, tra-la.
Yeah, standing O for Nolan Arenado, which is nice. I'm more and more impressed with Andre Palante every time I see him pitch. I mean, they may really have something here. He has really looked good. He's got 9 wins now. It's tied for second in all of Major League Baseball.
Andre Palante, 20-game winner.
He's on a pace right now to win about 19 and a half or so. Who'd have thunk it in this day and age?
I think most importantly, they've won his last 6 starts. I mean, they need some guys who can give you a winnable start. Coming off of that Kansas City weekend, too. I would not have guessed. I thought he was the odd man out. I didn't even think he was going to be in the rotation.
Yeah, the odd man out could wind up being the guy who was the opening day starter. What do you think about that? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think he should probably be in the bullpen at this point.
Nice little bounce back. A nice tidy win, Doug. We had 7 singles. That's all we needed.
Yeah. Quick game, like 2.5 hours.
It was.
2.5 hour game.
It was good to see Riley O'Brien have a non-dramatic 9th inning as well.
Yeah.
That's an undercurrent to the Cardinal potential for success. But the Cardinals getting the win, bouncing back after a little blip on the radar in Kansas City with back-to-back wins. And Andre Palante, the story of the victory. Papers, you got anything when people are talking about that gentleman? Maybe that gentleman himself. Hell, I don't know.
No, but I have the skipper talking about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
His mix was good. He used a sinker in off to righties really well, effective to lefties, and got 4 first pitch outs, which really helped get him deeper into that game. But him being able to go 6 today was important. We've used our guys in that pen a decent amount over the last series, but we were able to empty out today to get the win.
Nice base knock.
Yeah, that was a solid ash to agate.
Like that.
What did you think of the Arenado reception that he got?
It was
from
nice.
the fans?
He seemed, I was not down there, but listening to almost all of his comments, I think he was reflective, even though at the time he left, he was ready to go. I think he was he seemed appreciative of what had taken place when he was here.
Yeah.
And it seemed like a really nice ovation.
I heard him say he thought one of the biggest issues he had here was having too high expectations of himself.
Yeah.
That he'd hit a home run in the game and then not drive in a run in the 8th or 9th inning and think it was a poor performance on his part, that he should have maybe not been so hard on himself and maybe things would have gone better.
Here is Nolan Arenado with his first return to Busch Stadium since the trade.
All right, hit the lever pail.
He's talking in this clip about the energy, the tarps off stuff, the youthful energy in the club.
All right, let's
the tarps off thing's kind of been happening everywhere now because of here. So, we see it in our ballpark. We see it, everywhere we go now, we see it. And then, this team, I haven't been seeing a whole lot of games, obviously, but from the times I look, I check, it looks like just playing with a lot of energy. I think guys are just taking huge steps. I don't know what to say. J.J. Weatherhold's been playing at possibly Rookie of the Year, and then Walker's been at an MVP level. Burley's doing his thing, and Ivan's doing his thing, and it's just solid team. They're just doing a really good job, and that's what happens. When you do that, you're gonna have a chance.
It is pretty remarkable. 4 years ago, he was 3rd in the MVP.
Yeah.
It wasn't that long ago that things... it dropped off fast for him.
The ovation was meh by BFIB standards. That's Sharon and Clayton.
Yeah, Monday night. I don't know.
The ovation was meh. M-E-H.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
And what do the kids say? Mid?
Papers, was it mid?
Do the kids say mid and we say meh?
Yeah, mid.
I think the skipper invented that M-E-H. Yeah.
Certainly invented buh.
Tied for first.
Buh and
Jackson has graduated from Iggy's producer school, majoring in not my job, not my problem. Iggy would be so proud of you this morning. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Jackson, do you have a response to the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle?
Tough criticism.
Certainly is my problem, and hence why I've done what I'm supposed to do to take care of it.
There you go. Hunchback Vaughn Castle. The action's now back on you at 314-399-9646. I thought the ovation was, considering the attendance, I think maybe the thing that stood out for fans watching, perhaps, was when they panned the crowd and how, relatively speaking, empty it was when they panned the lower bowl during the ovation. But it looked like Arenado was really heartfelt throughout that process.
Yeah, I think the people that were there were into it. It just wasn't a big crowd. I mean, if that's a Friday night, it's probably a totally different vibe.
Only 22,000. The weather was perfect. School's out. You would think that maybe they'd draw a bigger crowd than that. Still something keeping people away.
Is it the sinkhole, Doug? Do you think that's still...
Sinkhole, maybe
that?
There could be a dozen or so people trapped in the sinkhole that would have gone to the game.
Jackson, thank you for your service. That's from Doug's perfect little crevice.
Perfect little crevice. I don't like it when people say crevasse. So at least you said crevice. Thank you.
Oh, for sure, Martin. There are reasons. That's from the 314. That's cryptic. That's cryptic.
Why they're not going downtown? Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, I want a follow-up.
We've never talked about that on the show, have we?
That's new.
Doug, is it parking? Is it crime? Okay,
a little of everything for different people. A little of everything.
I was, I can speak firsthand, thinking about going throughout the course of the day yesterday, unlike today, which is an absolutely perfect day in St. Louis. It looked like it was going to rain, but I'm always monitoring the radar, Doug, and there were no storms. And it was also, weirdly, for being June 22nd, cooler. So I want to make this clear. I'm not saying otherwise. There would have been 35,000 people there. That would be a ridiculous premise. But in the back of my mind, if I were to take my family down there, I was thinking to myself, if we deal with some rain, that might be a problem. But it never rained. And then as the evening progressed, it wound up being a beautiful night. But throughout the day, it didn't look real favorable. But that doesn't explain...
Yeah, a young, exciting team, very much in contention, and a star coming back. I would have thought they'd had a bigger crowd than that.
And they're back to 8 games over. I mean, they are maintaining, even with this. I was looking at their stats. You roll through some of their bullpen options. I keep thinking, like, well, what could you do if you had to, like, piece it together? And you start going, well, who have they used? With it, Matt Pouchard, Chris Roycroft, Jared Schuster. I'm like, somehow, I will say, it's pretty impressive that they're sitting 8 over. When you look at that pitching, Matt Swanson hasn't done anything.
They got good pitching.
You know what? Not to argue, but Swanson has been very good. He's been extremely good. I don't think he's given up a run in his last 5 outings. He's been one of the bright spots.
That was my guy that was going to lead in the team in saves.
Yeah.
I did have somebody with the club say, "Why would you say that?"
Did you really?
Yeah.
You were called on the carpet for that take.
But I think they've done a really good job. At the beginning of the year, the staff, I think bullpen, projected ERA, and like starting staff, they were picked to be like second or third worst in the National League. And yet you're 8 games over. Sitting right there, Doug.
Slurpee because they were trying.
No, gosh.
Slurpee.
Yeah, it really is pretty exciting, the core of position players that they put together now. With Baez not even up yet, obviously, but pretty much all around the diamond. They're somewhat set here for a few years,
It's
I think.
all homegrown except for Blaze Jordan, who you swapped Mats for. Came up through your minor leagues at this point. It's a homegrown lineup.
Cardinals 11-6 since June 3rd. That's tied for second best record in baseball.
I was telling Doug before the show, every time I look at the Brewers are winning. It's unbelievable.
I agree with that. I think that same thing, Martin.
They're 18 over.
47-29. The 3 division leaders in the National League are all not just winning their divisions, but winning them comfortably. The closest division in the National League is actually the National League Central, and the Cardinals are 5 games back. The Brewers just, when you turn out the pitching that they have, in particular with Mr. 104 miles an hour and Kyle Harrison, that is awfully difficult to beat, and they're also getting some offense, too. The Brewers have scored 399 runs and have a plus 120 run differential. That is second in baseball, only behind the Los Angeles Dodgers.
And they got Woodruff back last night. He'd been out for a couple months, and he went 6 innings, struck out 10, didn't give up any runs. So there's a guy who might be an ace on another staff.
Oftentimes I look in this text inbox and am a combination of alarmed and amused. The confusion probably after a year or two of Balloon Party is already, that's kind of passé. Yeah. This one is a good one.
Oh.
Keep talking about the Brewers not being legit like 101 has for the past 5-7 years. It's from the 314.
Leave us
As
alone.
we were sitting there on our knees servicing the franchise, that was the take.
Doug, why don't you shut your pie hole?
Oh, stop it, Chuck.
It's pretty well known that there's talking points here at Hubbard Media.
The main one
crap
being
on the Brewers.
Talk up the Billikens because they drop off cash.
Yes. Kiowski will text, guys, get back to crushing Milwaukee. Let's go.
Yep. That's actually, Martin's kind of going behind the scenes here. But yes.
Station mantra to crash. Has that really been a thing?
I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this Brewers series.
How about that? There's Charlie Marlowe AI.
He's on board.
He clearly got the memo.
There is a secret sauce there, man. Players leave, manager leave. Stearns leaves. It doesn't matter.
Doug, if you look at the Cardinal record, how many games above 500 would you say this ball club is?
I think they're 8. I don't have the standings.
You done the
up here.
Vaughn Index lately?
They are 42 and 34.
Oh, let me do the math on that. I think that's 8.
Eric in the Central West End disagrees. They are not 8 games over 500. After 76 games, 500 would be 38 and 38. Therefore, with 42 wins, the Cardinals are 4 games over 500 with 8 more wins than losses. That's Eric in the Central West End.
Give me your fucking feet.
That's not how you figure it. I'm going to go ahead and do a Vaughn Index now. If you give me just half a second.
Eric, you seem like you'd be fun at parties.
Give up 347 runs. Their away record is 20 and 17. So the Vaughn record is a -5. -5 right now, the Vaughn Index. So that's not bad. And still the top team in the wild card.
Is this the music that was playing when Chevy Chase made his way down to the hotel bar? I think it was somewhere in Los Angeles, I believe, but might have been Arizona. And he ran into the swimming waitress, Christy Brinkley, and the water was cold. But he went down to that hotel bar, and there was a piano riff. Is that where that comes from?
I thought it was from when they were in the old time West Town. And Chevy Chase is really giving it to that bartender, who would then proceed to shoot them with a.
That's where you think that piano riff's from.
Well, that seemed, yeah. Well, wouldn't that make more sense being in the Old West? But
it would. But I'm telling you, there was a pianist playing while Chevy Chase made his move on Christy Brinkley.
Yeah, I could see that. Doug, you're Mount Rushmore of pianists.
Huh.
That's not bad.
I like the guy. You ever go to that Von Maur store out in Lake St. Louis?
No.
Kind of an old-timey
Jackson
department
doesn't
store.
believe Lake St. Louis exists.
I've been there.
There's a guy right in the
Drive
middle of the
forever.
store there. There's a guy in the middle of the store with a tuxedo who plays the piano. while
Really?
he's shut.
You like that?
Yeah. Yeah,
Menards
it's kind
will
of-
sometimes have that too. Menards will sometimes have a piano player.
Really?
Yeah.
Boy, Tim, a good text audit here.
On the 314 Brewers guy? Because
Yeah.
Alan Dadeville was requesting
Yeah.
a text audit.
314 Brewers guys got a bit of a pattern here, I would
What's
say.
the pattern? What have you discovered?
Maybe not a fan of this show. 7:06 today.
Uh-huh.
Really? You think 10,000 listen to this pubescent content sports show, allegedly? 7:07, because that one didn't get read. Please continue to celebrate a heroic run at a wild card spot, like it's a World Series championship.
Nice.
That one got resent. Yeah, oh, for sure, Martin, there are reasons. Remember, blame warm summer weather on a Monday night for poor fan showing at a game. Welcome to St. Louis.
Hey, Martin, do you like a good kielbasa?
You think that's who it is?
No.
Let's see. Jackson always has an excuse. That's at 7:04.
Leave us alone.
8:03 on Monday. Awfully arrogant to think the FCC would actually monitor this show.
Oh, lick my hoop.
So
Guys, we
anyway,
broadcast this show in the halls of Congress, so it's probably more than 10K. That's from Jugs in D.C., and he's our Capitol correspondent.
Do we have a close number, a round number idea how many people listen to this show? On a
it
daily
actually
basis?
is a really highly rated show. I'm not being that guy, but so I don't want to get into it with the 314 who might be from Wisconsin.
Okay.
But fair enough. The text audit always kind of tells the story.
Yeah.
Fair enough. To each his own. Thanks for listening.
Some people like something. Some people like.
I thought about getting Joe on this show to talk soccer. Now, I would realize that would immediately get folks turning off.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from Prod Joe in the World Cup.
I was just thinking, the guy who loves soccer, he's got to be out of his mind right now with the World Cup going on. Let's sprinkle in a little Prod Joe.
Love Prod Joe.
Matthew Tkachuk joins us Friday, and he said he could do it right at 7. And I said, if we ever let off the show
with a guest.
Yes.
Lifetime roofing lead's already set.
Lifetime roofing lead is
Friday,
set. Doug.
He
Now,
said,
the Cardinals play on
can I do it
Thursday.
right at 7? And I said,
what do you think? He's ball striking? Tea time like at 7:30?
I don't know, but he said Friday at 7. I said, Papers, is that okay?
That's 7 his time or our time?
Our time.
Okay.
I think he's in St. Louis.
He said he's going to Florida, but he said he wanted to do Friday, but he said, can I do 7? I was like, sure. Okay. Let me ask the texters if that's okay.
Some of these textures are truly some of the saddest mouth-breathing losers on the planet. Touch a woman, you losers. Doug, that's from Beer Cats, and he has a son, Little Beer Cats, who's his coital hype man. Also, they're sideways with Ken Iggy Strode on After the Morning After. The whole family.
You'd think it would be rather awkward to have a son who's your coital hype man. Wouldn't you? Do you want
Was there
that
a
for
Father's
yourself?
Day card that expresses that? Dad, thanks for letting me be your coital hype man. Love you.
314-399-9646 is where you can express your disdain for the presentation and also the cover-up of 101 ESPN's anti-Brewers agenda. I think that's something that might be good for Fox 2 to look into, Martin. I'm not telling you guys what to do, but I think that could be a fun little November sweep.
It's an interesting take. I wonder why. Where is it coming from?
Well, one guy. But either way.
No, but I mean, just that sense or that idea. I mean, the Cubs get crapped on because it's the Cubs. But the Brewers were always kind of like, wow, they're always good. Why are they always good?
Well, Beer Cats hasn't touched a woman since 2005. That's from Dirty Chewbacca. Oh. Dirty Chewbacca picking on Beer Cats.
Maybe hell to pay for that one.
And Dirty Chewbacca is a female.
Lady. Yes.
Yeah.
He had that hot wife down in Crystal City just a short while ago, didn't he?
Clip that off. I believe that was Hot Wife Autumn, if I'm not mistaken. Did a long-form interview on it, too.
I believe so, yeah.
A couple parts.
Yeah, two-parter. 314-399-9646 Air Comfort Service text inbox. Then you have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Today's camera angle is from a drone above the studios here, the Stiefel studios, because 2 of the cameras are not working. But you can see us all now on the camera that Jackson has switched it to. You can go in there and talk it over with Mr. Burkett's Rideshare, Danny Rogers, and Dusty. Doug, is that Dusty Schilt? Or Dusty Shid?
Oh,
I
don't know.
13, Scorsy, and Tanner Skidmarks, they're all in there talking about it. So you can get in there and talk it over as well. The program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN.
The NBA Draft is on ESPN tonight. Coverage begins at 6:30. Your home for the NBA is 101 ESPN.
Text SAVE to 314-961-4800 for the biggest auto rate decrease in my entire 18-year career. CarltonHelps.com.
Rosalita's Cantina with the large outdoor patio with full bar and live bands weekly. Happy hour Monday through Friday from 3 to 6 with food and drink specials. Brunch on Saturday and Sunday, opening at 10 a.m., including your typical breakfast cuisine and Tex-Mex themed dishes. Large event capabilities with private rooms. You can learn more at rosalitascantina.com with the incredible menu for Rosalitas. They're hiring for all positions as well. Apply online at rosalitascantina.com.
Half off up to $33,000 in options at select TR Hughes communities. trhughes.com.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off on more than 1,000 products in-store and online. Don't miss your chance to save on tech, chairs, custom prints, school supplies, and more. It all ends July 4th. Staples. That was easy.
This is and Michael McGreevy. Escape to Margaritaville night at Busch Stadium on Friday, June 26th. Celebrate the legacy of Jimmy Buffett with a special pregame performance by the Boat Drunks. With a special theme ticket, you'll receive a Margaritaville-inspired Cardinals cap. Plus, a portion of each ticket benefits Singing for Change. Kick back, relax, and enjoy a night where it's 5 o'clock somewhere, even at 7:15 first pitch. Details and tickets at cardinals.com/theme.
This is Jordan Walker. Celebrate Black Heritage Day, presented by your quality Ford dealers on Sunday, June 28th at Busch Stadium. This special culture and community event honors the impact, history, and legacy of the Black community in baseball and beyond. With a special theme ticket, you'll receive an exclusive Cardinals jersey designed by Corey Rogers. And don't miss a special heritage celebration in Budweiser Terrace before the game. Details and tickets at cardinals.com/theme.
Vehicles priced under $20,000. Payments below $300 a month. At the Frank Lita Automotive Outlet in Bridgeton. It's not a dream. New and pre-owned vehicles, all with just one dime down. Only the best SUVs, cars, plus North County's newest and largest pickup truck and Wrangler inventory. Some are already lifted. Most come with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. The Frank Lita Automotive Outlet has it all. Only the best Chevys, Fords, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeeps, Hondas, Toyotas, Kias, Hyundais, Mitsubishis, even BMWs and Mercedes. Don't worry about credit. Just ask for credit amnesty. If you've got a job and a dime, you ride. We want your trade, regardless of make, model, condition, or balance owed. Vehicles under $20,000. Payments under $300 a month. We have the vehicle to fit almost any budget at the Frank Lita Automotive Outlet in Bridgeton. Yes, Lita.com. Yes, Lita.com.
23 Nissan Altima, 17,416. Dime down, $280 a month, 72 months at 5% APR, plus tax, tag, title to qualified buyers.
Are you stuck in rush hour traffic? You may be entitled to $1 sliders and fries at Arby's. Contact Arby's and Arby's for more info about $1 sliders and fries between 2 and 6 p.m. with the purchase of any regularly priced food item only at participating Arby's.
Arby's, we have the meat.
At Michael's Baths, they create elevated bathroom spaces with luxury, comfort, and smart design. From tub to shower conversions to full bathroom remodels, including paint and electrical. They install premium products like Centrel, Tiverian, and Moen, backed by lifetime warranties. Ask about their new premium wall option for a custom spa-like look. With 30 years of experience, all 5-star reviews, and A+ BBB rating and VA recommended service. Visit michaelsbaths.com or call 636-775-0800. Michael's Baths, where everyday bathrooms become something exceptional.
If you have medical issues, such as nagging injury, Healthcare Evolution will give you same-day pain relief without surgery. We provide free phone consultations and for a limited time, 70% off your in-person consultation. Go to healthcare-evolution.com for your consultation. That's healthcare-evolution.com.
101 ESPN is proud to support this year's Songs for Soldiers benefit concert, taking place Friday, September 11th and Saturday, September 12th in Columbia, Illinois. The 13th annual Songs for Soldiers benefit concert, presented by Weber Chevrolet, Budweiser, Jim Beam, Veterans United, and Country Financial, will feature live music from Don Felder, formerly of the Eagles, Joe Nichols, Joe Dirt, Dazed and Confused STL, and more. Plus plenty of food, cheap drinks, and fun, with all proceeds supporting the Songs for Soldiers mission of helping combat veterans in need. Get all the ticket details now at 101ESPN.com. This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Sauce Boss is too flustered, forgot to hit the aux lever. That's from Kitty Bates. They're airing commercials in music beds now? The corporate Hubbard overlords are going to be sideways with Tim now. Thanks, Jackson. That's from Bud Norris. What the hell are they
Get
talking
off my
about?
ass.
What's going on here?
The commercials played for in the damn YouTube for 1 minute. And
okay.
I'm not long for this day.
You about had it already.
Let me tell you something. If you let them know they're getting to you, they're going to try to finish you off.
Trust me, they're not getting to me.
What's getting to you? Let's work this out.
What? Nothing.
The problem is nothing goes unchecked. Oh, Jackson just dropped his pen. Like,
Right.
okay, he dropped his pen. Is that a red pen? Why is he a commie? Like, oh, God. Oh, God. I think in Jackson's position, it's sometimes exhausting.
It is what it is. Part of the deal.
Okay. That's what the money's for.
John Hamm. Don Draper. Who was he talking to in that scene?
Not January Jones, was it?
It was not January Jones. Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah. I'm not going to get it. My brain's not firing right.
Wasn't Christina Hendricks, was it, Doug?
Well, I don't know.
People are asking about a movie boy for Toy Story 5. Is that happening with you and Gareth?
Hell nah.
Whoa.
Oh, it was Elizabeth Moss, wasn't it?
Elizabeth Moss, Doug.
Yeah.
Is she the, what's our Hulu show?
What's our?
You guys watch a show together?
Yeah. It's really dark.
We'll be breaking
I
it
come
down.
over.
No, the Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah, I said
Tim
that.
just said it.
Oh. 3, 2,
Now
1.
they're coming for you, Martin. They're going to move off of papers. They've gotten him. They see his body's wounded over by the fire, and now they're coming for you.
Yeah.
Doug, we're next.
No, there'll be no movie boy for Toy Story.
And what's that about?
I'm not doing one on a baby movie.
Oh!
That's what it's about. It's for babies?
Yeah, it's a
babies
baby.
don't watch a lot of movies.
It's a children's movie.
Oh.
I love Toy
all
Story.
of them have kind of been.
I know, and I love Toy Story. I think they're great, but to break it down.
But you need to groom the next generation of movie boy fans.
I need to groom the next generation of movie boy fans.
All right,
Let that one
gather
marinate.
Uncle Paper is going to break down. Kids, listen up.
I don't have ESPN anymore, so I miss the two guys on SportsCenter who wear sneakers with their suits and flirt with each other. That's from Vinny Favorito, non-woke comedy.
It's real good stuff.
Oh, God, those two. Holy crap.
I think when you wear sneakers with your suit, it just says, I'm a real card. You don't know what might come out of my mouth.
Seems like an edict at ESPN that you kind of have to.
Is that right?
It feels like it.
Be kind of cheeky.
Well, it's like, well, we're the athletic. That's the athletic business casual, So in case we have to go play 2-on-2, we'll be ready. That's kind of the feeling I get.
I think you can have casual footwear without having tennis shoes on.
I agree.
Toy Story is one of the best franchises in history. Movie Boy has lost all its credibility. That's from Tim's Travel.
I didn't
just
say
like
I didn't
that.
like
Right out the
Movie Boy,
window.
but it's movies geared towards children.
But clever enough that adults can watch it and still find it.
Absolutely. I watched Toy Story 2 with my nieces a couple months ago. And
That was the beauty of
it was
Shrek,
awesome.
Ice Age, where there was enough in there for the parents.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and they're fantastic movies.
I remember
And you're
taking
not
my
gonna-
kids to Lion King thinking, I'm going to hate this. I got to sit through a cartoon. And it was fantastic.
Yeah, it's great. I love it. But it's, if you're not there with children or you're not a child yourself, you're kind of questioning what you're watching.
It's like adults going by themselves to Disney World.
I'm not going to judge those folks, but yeah.
Okay. Well, all right.
Everybody at ESPN who doesn't sit behind a desk is wearing sneakers. That's from Jesse Spano's dealer.
Well, maybe.
Let me guess, this guy hates Shrek too. It's from Young Hung Big Al. You
No,
got
I
a
don't.
picture with him on opening day?
I really enjoyed Shrek when I was 9 years old.
Ooh.
But I'm not like
I would watch it again.
Sure, with your children, you
I would watch
yourself.
it. If it came on, I was just laying on the I would probably watch it.
Okay. I might watch a couple scenes, but to sit there for 2 hours, probably not.
Most great podcasts don't give the audience what they want. That's from The Hunchback of Von Castle.
What kind of comment is that? What do you want then? Put on your own podcast to get what you want.
Or find, there's only, it's not like there's 12 podcasts available out there. Upwards of 1 million.
I know I'll never get the information, but I want to know how many generate a profit. And if I could get it to just even a benchmark of 6 figures, I just want to know what the point is of all the podcasts. And I'm a podcast consumer. When Joe Buck was on a couple weeks ago, he goes, how do you have the time to listen to all these podcasts? I don't listen to a lot of them, but I maybe listen to 4, and I just don't understand it. What is the model? What is the plan? Doesn't affect me if you don't have one. I'm just curious, just from a curiosity standpoint. Doug, what is the model? What is the plan?
I think a lot of it is people that just kind of always wanted to do something like that, always kind of wanted to have their say and put on a little show, and if it doesn't make money, at least they're enjoying doing it.
God bless America.
I think that's
So it's a
probably what
hobby.
it is.
So it's a hobby.
I think it is probably.
I
for
just
a lot
never
of people.
understood why it needed to be video. Bless you, Papers. Bless you.
Sneezing.
If I listen to a podcast, I'm driving around, got earbuds in, whatever. You're listening to it, but at some point, you had to be sitting behind a mic. You had to have the cans on, and everybody had to have the split screen. It's just such a copycat industry. I just need the audio, Doug.
Okay.
I don't need it. It's why I don't have a camera on, right? My Michelob Ultra YouTube, maybe it's a protest.
I think it's so easy to put it on camera now that people think, I might as well. We just record it that way, too.
Well, YouTube is the biggest platform, so that's the reason for video. Yeah. That's ABC. But podcasts are the result of the participation award epidemic. Sorry, Sachs, sharing thoughts no one wants or asked for. That's from the Heiser House Hooligan. Okay. Doug, it's a byproduct of the participation award epidemic? I had never heard that master's thesis.
I don't think so.
So because you got a trophy for showing up, I got one for perfect attendance at Redbird Lanes in 1984.
Nice.
Perfect attendance.
Yeah.
I got one of those at Crestwood Bowl, too.
Yeah.
Darn proud
Great
of that
job.
thing.
You showed up.
Yeah. So therefore, that led to podcasts?
I don't think so.
The Heiser House Hooligan saying.
Love you, Papers. You still have great hair. That's from the South City Implants.
How about that?
Thank you.
Little pick-me-up.
I'm doing fine.
I bet less than 1,000 podcasts make more than $100,000. I'm going to disagree on that number, but if you gave me 10,000, I think you might be in the sweet spot. So now I'm not going to talk about profit. I'm just going to say revenue.
Yeah.
I feel good about that.
In between.
And then you're going to have a few hundred that are making millions.
Yeah, for sure. Your
Millions,
median
millions,
number
millions.
would be pretty high, but yeah, I'd say 5,000 to 8,000.
Is Joe Rogan number one still in the podcast world?
Probably.
Jackson's a Bill Simmons guy, right?
I do enjoy, but now that we're out of the NBA season, I take a brief respite from that. Although I'll listen to
Does he not do a podcast during the offseason?
No, he certainly does.
Does he talk NBA every show?
No, if there's news. Like, I'll listen to his one today about the Giannis trade, but...
and Ryan Russillo is not on his show?
No, he's now on Barstool.
Okay. Sorry.
Doug, it made everyone feel important and special, and they just have to share their light with the rest of the world. That's from Patrick Bateman. You might remember him from American Psycho.
Yeah, there's something to that.
Joe Rogan remains number one.
Who's number two, bruh?
Theo Vaughn's podcast.
Yeah.
Crime.
You ever listen to that or watch him?
I do not know.
And he's a comedian from Louisiana?
Yes. Crime Junkie, number 3. Good Hang with Amy Poehler.
Yeah, that's doing really well.
Yeah. Sean Ryan Show, The Daily, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bartlett's podcast, Dak Shepard.
Steve Bartman from the Cubs.
Steve Bartlett. Not Steve Bartman.
I know. I haven't even heard of these people. Who's Sean Ryan?
I don't know, to be honest with you. Is he a wrestler?
And who's Stephen Bartlett?
Doesn't that guy with a Sean with his first name?
Well, that's an anti-Irish thing again, Martin.
But Sean with a W.
You.
Sean with a W. See, that's like a wrestler name.
I know what you're saying, but I think Sean Ryan.
I still am going to say it's offensive and would like an apology via social media that we can judge you on.
Okay.
Right. He's a former U.S. Navy SEAL and Blackwater contractor.
How about that?
Okay. How about Steve Bartlett? Who's that?
Is that the Diary of a CEO guy?
Yes.
Yeah. But should
British
I know him?
Entrepreneur, investor, and author.
Okay. And ranked number 14, On Purpose with Jay Shetty. Who the hell is Jay Shetty? I never heard that name.
It's a mental health podcast.
The Tim Dillon Show is right. Who's Tim Dillon?
Comedian.
Okay.
Former pitcher, too, for the Brewers, maybe? A different Tim Dillon.
Doug, is Sean Ryan the guy from Hot Ones? That's from Salad Fingers.
No, that's Sean Evans.
And he went out with Melissa Stratton? Am I right on that?
No, Kiki Palmer.
I think he went out with Melissa Stratton, too.
Did he?
Matter of fact, I'm going to allocate a third of my bankroll to that. Chairman Kurt, if you could confirm that. Melissa Stratton.
Yes, they briefly dated in late 23 and early 22.
Jackson's reading the rankings of podcasts.
Yeah, but how did we get there? What happened to this show?
They did date briefly.
That's awesome. I just cashed.
Big for ball gentlemen everywhere.
Yeah, big win.
Yeah.
Bald and short is all the rage.
Yeah. Sean Evans really carrying that torch.
Thank you, Sean. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the program. Then you can also talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with 252 friends. Doug, we are at 6,980 subscribers.
Oh, I'm close.
You get to 7,000 subscribers. Gold bullion is presented to you right here in the Stiefel Studios.
Sacks of it, I hope.
I would
Sacks
imagine.
of gold bullion.
I would imagine. And then, of course, you can email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Many were unhappy, Doug, that you did not want to lead with Brady Tkachuk going to the Panthers yesterday. Doug Armstrong talked about it yesterday, as did the Ottawa GM. Papers, what do we have here? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Jackson Burkett.
Okay.
What do you want
How about the local guy first?
Okay.
That would be Doug Armstrong, friend of the show.
All right, go ahead.
President of Hockey Operations / General Manager.
You bet.
Please go ahead and hit the
We're more
lead.
in a market where you have to be a good team to acquire those players. They're not going to come and grow with us. With the player that got traded yesterday, we knew he was available. We inquired about him. We were told he wasn't on the list, and that's the end of it. You can't create something that's not there.
Confirming the fact that Brady Tkachuk had a list, as reported early on, that there were 4 teams, and the Blues were not one of them.
What hurts is that the Blues were better than Florida last year, had more points.
But I think most people expect Florida to bounce back. Serious cup contender.
A lot of injuries this past year for the
And the
Panthers.
Minnesota
and
deal.
Of course, his brother's there, and no state income tax, and it's South Florida. That'll wrap her on up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, what I said on TV last night, I said, I understand the disappointment. I don't understand the anger. Like, why him picking there? And Armstrong gave a really long answer. He said, listen, when I was in Dallas, we had the thing, good weather, good taxes, we had a good team. He said, it's up to you to be a team that players want to go to. You want to be a cup contender. He said, that's on us.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to fix the weather here.
Right. But if you're a really good team, players are going to want to go there.
Mm-hmm. We're just not one of those shining cities that everyone wants to go to, whether the hockey's pretty good or not.
But as Doug Armstrong later said, he said, I lived in Minnesota, and if Minnesota is on that list, we can certainly be on that list. Point being, it's also about the hockey and where the roster is.
Yeah.
But I think Bill Guerin's a piece of that, too. He's a Massachusetts guy. He's a buddy of Tkachuk's. He's in charge of a lot of USA hockey. I think that had a part in that, too. But he's right. If you're a really good team, other than Winnipeg, maybe, where they can't seem to get anybody to go.
Yeah.
How about Buffalo? I wonder if they have any luck getting people to go there.
Are they ever on anyone's list?
Probably not. They weren't on Parayko's list.
What else do we have from Doug Armstrong here, Pappas?
We got Doug Armstrong on the possibility of trading up.
Okay.
Obviously, exciting week, especially when you have the number of first-round picks that we have. Our amateur scout has put a lot of work in since the trade deadline, making sure we're prepared to select at 11, 15, and 29, to move up a few slots, to move into the late teens, early 20s. There's a lot of different options that we have, and obviously the landscape has changed in the NHL regarding player movement, and so our pro scouts are excited about that part. So everybody's excited for this week to see how it unfolds.
Okay. What day is the draft again? I'm crowdsourcing.
Friday night.
Friday night. Okay.
Where are you watching it?
We're probably at home.
Nice.
I can't imagine it'll be at one of the clubs.
Wherever Papers is.
Yeah, I host an annual draft party.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Well, this Friday night, you can tune into 101 ESPN as Alex Ferrario and Donnie Fandango from the Last Minute Blues podcast host a special 101 ESPN NHL draft show.
Oh, okay, I'll listen to that.
Why the Blues are loaded with multiple first-round picks, meaning this draft could shape the next era of hockey in St. Louis. Alex and Donnie will have you covered with instant analysis, special guests, and reactions all night long. The 101 ESPN NHL draft show this Friday, starting at 6 p.m., supported by Jules on Hampton. What a weekend for the Tkachuk family that carried into Monday. Doug, of course, on Saturday. Matthew and Brady make it into the shootout at their club's member guest. Then they decided to play together in Florida as Brady goes to the Panthers. And on Monday, friend of the program, Keith Walter Tkachuk, into the Hockey Hall of Fame. Hello again, everybody.
Yeah. Congratulations to him. It was long overdue. I thought he should have got in a few years ago.
Yeah, many share that opinion with you around the game.
538 goals he scored. 3 times 30 or more with the Blues. Yeah, he had himself a big weekend there, didn't he?
Seasons of 50 and 52 goals. I mean, you just can't ignore that number. The knock was that he didn't have a lot of postseason success in the teams that he was on, which for a lot of players that does jump out on their resume. Hey, you won a Stanley Cup or things like that. You can't always control. Good for Big Wall. What a 1-2 punch, man. The Brady playing with your son Sunday, Monday you get Hall of Fame. What's today, Doug? What do you think? I think Chantel gets a key to the city.
Oh, that could be. Now he only has to follow one team around the NHL instead of 2. That'd be a fun life, wouldn't it, in retirement?
Oh.
Travel around and watch your kids play in NHL hockey
He still
games.
travels for the Blue. He'll go to Sarnia. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, scouting. He's like, I got to go this weekend to Minnesota. I'm like, for what? Scouting. I'm like, I guess if you just love it, Doug, kind of like your marriage to journalism.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
If you just love it so much,
Just keep wearing out shoe leather, double checking sources. Yeah.
Hotter women, better weather, 0 state taxes, better hockey team. Gee, I don't know why he chose Florida over us. That's from the 618. Martin, was that your take last night?
Hey, idiots. Think about it. The Minnesota one is what threw everybody for a curve. But Minnesota's ahead of the Blues right now. It's the Bill Guerin thing. That's a big piece of it. So just everybody calm down. Would have been nice to have had Brady Tkachuk, yes. But Army more or less said we're just not there yet. Yeah. We're not that team right now.
I know you guys probably already covered it, but what were Doug's thoughts on Casa Amor last night on Love Island? That's from Salad Fingers.
I missed it last night. Doggone, I forgot to record it, too. What's the show again?
Love Island, Casa Amor.
What happened?
Jackson?
Can someone fill us in?
I have no idea.
Okay. I don't have any thoughts on it.
Missed that and Toy Story 5. Rats.
I was really hoping those two would get together, and apparently it's not going to happen.
Doug, Casa Amor is the ultimate mid-season test on Love Island, where couples are split into 2 separate villas. The original group is separated, and a brand-new massive cast of bombshell singles, 18 total for Season 8, moves in to tempt the Islanders.
And the other Islanders, how old are the people here? 20s and 30-somethings probably, right?
I think they're 50s with fish lips.
That would be more interesting.
My tattoo says you can't love someone else until you truly love yourself.
That's what her tattoo... Oh, bless her heart. That's so deep and emotional.
You know what? That is poignant. Can I hear that again? Because that was something I might get tattooed on my lower back.
My tattoo says you can't love someone else until you truly love yourself.
Oh, that is so emotional.
He likes to read books and talk smart things, too.
This is from Love Island?
It's a pretty wordy tattoo. What if they spell it wrong?
Deep intellectual things are just my jam.
Yeah, I can tell. And we sit there as a nation glued to these shows. What does that say about us?
I think you're getting close to kink shaming.
Okay, I'll stop.
Nipples are sensitive.
Okay, Plowsy.
Did the Plowhawk make an appearance? Was he going to be on 8?
He's going to be on today at 11:05.
Okay. Love the Plowhawk.
The Plowhawk. And he and Madison with their newborn Arthur, 5 days old. The Plowhawk will join us. And Martin, it might be good for you to go back and podcast yesterday's program because Iggy was kind of giving some parenting tips.
Okay, well, he comes from a place of wisdom.
He's heating up.
All those years of being a pseudo-parent.
Guys, Love Island is a creation of Satan's. Thanks. That's from Dirty Dan the Gardener. So Satan created. He's the executive producer.
At the end title credits.
It sounded like they just put men on an island and then bring in fabulous-looking women to tempt them. That's the whole show. Right. How hard is it to tempt them? That seems like a pretty easy thing to do, wouldn't it?
Why didn't we think of that? We're still trying to get the Real Housewives of TMA off the ground.
Yeah, some producer and creator's making millions off that.
Give me that daddy butter. Tee-hee-hee.
That's the line I could have delivered on that show.
Guys, how about we put together a Walrus Island? Bunch of doughy Hoosiers complaining about blues trades that didn't happen and being insecure about how good Emos is. That's from Crestwood Coyote. We can do Love Island. We can do Walrus Island instead.
Might just work.
It's just people watching on YouTube complaining about a show that they don't have to watch.
So where would we find a bunch of walrus? You think we can do it?
Just open your eyes.
You think we can do it?
Walk outside. They're everywhere.
Doug, ATMA was LMAO. I listened twice. That's from South City Implant. You like that? ATMA was LMAO. I listened twice.
You're not that pressed for time.
You might have missed like an Easter egg or something in the first time around.
That's right.
Okay. You want to take a second pass at that.
Did Ken actually meet Ralph Macchio?
Meet is a strong word.
Drove by, waved. Martin, do you count that as a meet?
Well, it feels like the Friday text we received indicated there may have been.
You want me to read the Friday text?
Yeah, sure.
What was the Friday text?
Iggy texted me before the show started on Friday.
We're doing the canned food drive sitting outside, and we thought, maybe we should have Ken on, but I don't want to steal material from ATMA.
In fairness, he did not say meet. If you need a segment to fill, have a lot of confidence in the broadcast on Friday. Have KG call me, and I can break down saying hi to Ralph Macchio yesterday.
And Martin, you didn't jump on that.
Well,
I didn't maybe relay the information to
We
Martin
had some things going.
enough.
And then I said, I don't want to steal, because Ken has a vehicle now.
Right.
That's right.
Right.
And it hangs over Doug's head like what?
Like the sword of Damocles.
What you're not understanding, though, Martin, is even if he would have told the story Friday on TMA 101, it would have been retold on ATMA. You can get.
He doesn't mind reworking material.
Sure.
No.
And I don't blame him. That is worthy.
Well,
of
especially when you get to sit down and have dinner with Ralph Macchio and kind of share some thoughts about the industry. And
drove by on Shaw.
Drove by.
On.
I did like his story about emailing the director. Essentially,
offering his services.
We wanted to come on Iggy Uncut podcast, and then really it was a play for him to get in the film.
He said
not only just to get in, but a whole scene added to the picture.
He said he thought it might deliver another 100,000 or so viewers to the movie.
Oh. It's a marketing brain that we just don't have.
Yeah, I know.
Guys, my wife is 9 months pregnant and loves Love Island. I do my best to get her to not watch it because I don't want my kid to hear all the stupid S they say. That's from Doug's favorite quarter zip, who leads Chance in right field in the Tarps off section.
Okay. So they're saying naughty things on this presentation?
Apparently so. Papers, you're not familiar with it at all?
I've seen like one episode years ago, and it gets pretty scandalous.
Oh, gosh.
Give me an idea of what some of these scandals are, and do they involve Sappos?
From the season I saw, it's like a giant bunk room, and it seems like people just moving around beds all the time, like bed hopping.
Nice.
Sleeping with each other. And then they're always sitting by a fireplace talking about something that I can't begin to care about. Yeah, not for me personally.
No.
But I know that especially Love Island UK is very popular.
What network is it on? It's not one of the broadcast networks.
No, I think it's a streaming. I think it's Hulu or something.
Okay.
Typical St. Louis. Ralph Macchio's here and is a big star. And then there's an emoji of disappointment. Doug gets from the 314.
Well, they don't shoot a lot of films here. They certainly set a lot of stuff in the Missouri area, but especially Jason Bateman products, but rarely do they shoot here, so it's kind of cool.
Down on the hill.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty cool.
Let's see what we got here. Papers. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming up on this Polos Plus dossier today. 9:45. Design Air is online at Design Air Service. I think I'm going to see Seth Goldcamp today, Doug.
Are you really?
I think I'm going to see Seth Goldcamp today, and I'm looking forward to talking over with him. He is a wonderful gentleman. What's wrong?
I buried the lead. I need to call Jason Gosrow.
You got a garage door situation?
I think it's shot. Yes, I forgot. Oh, I got one last night, and it was just rattling and rattling. And I went to move it, and it weighed like 1,000 pounds. I said, "Oh, it's got to be the spring."
No,
I think it's a spring. So you call Seth. I got to call Jason.
SchaeferDoor.com is where you go. Sponsor the podcast here on 101 ESPN. Schaefer Door. That's one F, too. Martin, don't enter two Fs. That's a totally different operation. SchaeferDoor.com.
I totally blanked on that. That was my list of things to do to fix the garage door, and I forgot.
Bad
kind
beat.
of a
But
big
good
one.
news, you got Jason Gassrow and Schaefer Door Company to take care of it. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Doug's a client, Martin's a client, I'm a client. And they are the longest-running sponsor on this program, going back more than a decade. Maintenance agreements are an effective and convenient way to keep your system running year after year. They take the pressure off you as a homeowner, and Design Air contacts you to schedule your AC tune-up and your furnace safety inspection and cleaning. Sign up and forget about it. Like all their services, maintenance visits can be scheduled at designairservice.com. Sponsor of our email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We close out the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Village Bar. Let me just say that again. If you're looking for a place for lunch, I actually was sitting out back last Friday texting papers, which is what I do when I eat lunch at the Village Bar. I'm not sure why. That's our thing. I guess it's my thing. And I overheard a couple sitting next to us. And the guy said to the waitress, "Oh, it's the first time we've ever been here." And I said, "God, I love hearing that because so many folks have been, had the cheeseburger, the fries, and I had a chef salad on Friday. You didn't ask, but great when people experience the Village Bar because it's such an awesome spot for lunch, happy hour. Bring the kids, family hangout, games are always on. It's such a great spot. Food's awesome. And you have the barn out back, which is the home to 1879 Distilling. They're making these award-winning spirits right there in the barn. It's an homage to the early days. The Germans down on the riverfront started making these spirits. They started bringing it back at Village Bar. So we're talking about summer ideas for the party out back, maybe some Red Barn vodka, different flavors, dark Havana rum. Check out all the products at 1879distilling.com and then stop by the general store right there connected to Village Bar where you can pick out some of the merchandise. There's a little speakeasy, a tasting room there, all of it connected, all one spot, all right there in De Pere on Manchester, the Village Bar. What a great tradition. It's 1879distilling.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals win yesterday, the first of 4 against the Diamondbacks. They take on the Diamondbacks again tonight, 6:45 p.m. first pitch with Kyle Leahy on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Got me feeling like a summer 98. 18 digging at the plate, dropping bombs at a Big Mac pace. Looks like we got another home run chase. I still think back to summer 98. Listening to
Doug, does it feel like summer of 98 in St. Louis?
Well, not really, but I do enjoy the song.
It's summer 98.
I believe the song came out when Walker was on pace to hit
83 home runs.
Yeah, but he's leveled off now. He's still at 18.
Still can do it.
Well, you have to homer just about almost every game that
dropped
they play.
to 6th in fan voting for outfielders in the National League. Wow.
Who's ahead of him for outfielders? You got that? Oh, sorry. I thought maybe you just read
at
it.
least 5.
Corbin Carroll, maybe?
Pages of the other Pages.
Yeah, Andy.
On pace for
as of
38.
June 20, we got for outfielders Andy Pages. You got Brandon Marsh, Ronald Acuna Jr., Michael Harris II, Teoscar Hernandez, Juan Soto, James Wood, and then Jordan Walker at 8.
Huh. But I think he's safely on the team. They're trying to get him voted in.
Yeah.
Doug, the Cardinals didn't win their 42nd game in the summer of 98 until Saturday, July 11th. It was a famous game. What happened?
Last Saturday, July 11th. Last year. 1998.
Yeah, summer 98. Chairman Kurt's song, hit song.
McGuire did something. What did he hit? 3, maybe?
He hit a ball. I was at that game. Was Billy Wagner? Do you remember? It was an extra inning
in the
game.
upper deck.
I mean,
was it a walk-off?
Yes. That ball, it was over Big Mac land at the old ballpark. For a ball to go that far.
Upper deck.
I mean,
Stadium club and then keep going.
Yes, and then above Big Mac land.
Oh, yeah.
Holy
Was that the one on
crap.
TV where there was a little girl up there with a glove and she got the ball and they made a joke out of who brings a glove for the upper deck and I'll be darned if she didn't get one.
That was the post game. I think I was going to a wedding.
Was that at the Space?
No, but similar. It was the post. It was a day game. I was going to a wedding, but I had to do post game first. And I'm in there, and he's just giving us nothing. And he had just hit this monstrous. And he's like, "Guys, it's just a home run. Guys, what's the big deal?" It was. And I'm like, "Oh, he's just killing it. I just need that great soundbite that I can deliver, Doug, as journalism, and then I can get on to my wedding." So I said, "Well, when you hit it and you're rounding the bases, are you giddy at all?" Terrible question.
Well,
and he said, "I don't get giddy." And he mocked my question. But then he gave like a 30-second answer. He said, "When you hit first, you don't even notice. You just hear the crowd and you look around, you see everybody jumping." He gave this incredible answer. And I said, "Okay, I fell on the sword with a stupid question."
Nice.
Phrasing was poor. The answer was great.
And then you got to the wedding.
I just remember him saying, "I don't get giddy." And then I thought, what a boob. Why did I say that?
Tim, that home run you were referencing?
Yes.
485 feet.
Unbelievable.
Walk off.
And then a week later, he would hit one off Brian Bohannon that went 511 feet.
Was that the one to dead center? That was against the Marlins. And I always thought the one against Wagner and the Astros, the one where Martin asked if he was giddy, was further, but the one to dead center was the one that became. It hit the St. Louis Post-Dispatch sign in center field. And they put a Band-Aid up.
545 off Vaughn Hernandez.
Okay, that was the one that was. Now, obviously, these are estimates, but I always thought the one off Wagner was the furthest I had seen a ball hit at Busch Stadium.
I think they probably go farther.
If there weren't seats there, it would have kept going.
Yeah. And I think Mickey Mantle still gets credit for the longest ever, really. But I can't believe anybody ever hit a baseball farther than Mark McGuire.
Yeah, people would fill up the stadium for batting practice, right?
Yeah. Other teams would come out and just watch.
That 511 one is widely considered one of the longest home runs in the history of Dodger Stadium.
Which one are we talking about?
Busch Stadium, too.
Which one?
The one off Brian Bohannon, July 17th, 1998.
I think the ones that would go the farthest are the ones that you pull.
And that one against Wagner was pulled down the line.
Yeah.
But if Brian Bartow, friend of the show, maybe could text or call in. I believe when they used to try and guesstimate, it was a fairly primitive art. Now it's become way more computerized and probably way more accurate. But they used to have a lot of charts and graphs that they would use.
Was it a line drive, a high fly ball, or
you had to sort of guesstimate the distance?
I always wonder: are they? Does the limit stop when the ball hits the seats? Or are they estimating how far it would go if there was nothing there?
I think they're using launch angle and exit velo.
You're saying now?
Yes.
Yeah, it's way more sophisticated.
Yeah.
You guys want to take a stab at the Cardinal to hit the longest home run at Busch 3?
At Busch 3, Doug.
Oh, yeah, Brandon Moss.
That's correct.
Nice, Doug.
Wow.
Well, that ruined it.
I'm sorry. I just remember that for some reason.
Nice fella, always had a big dip in his mouth. And he said, "Oh, do I need to take this out?" I said, "It's up to you. Your call." Kids are watching.
Speaking of giddy, I walked upstairs to my master, and Welly and Tim were in there with Ash, and I got giddy. That's from the recovering alcoholic. Doug, he is in Belleville. He's also in Webster Groves. Friends are in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, 247 of them, as a matter of fact. Bud Norris, really active today. Every time I look in there, Bud Norris is talking about it. Eric's in there talking to the never-ending wipe.
Ow.
And the overbearing sports dad is shorting the Jordan Walker market. He says Walker will be below a 250 average and 450 slug by year end. That's the overbearing sports dad.
Well, Burleson caught him last night, went ahead of him for average, I think, maybe for the first time all year. But it's by a point.
Burleson was on MLB Network yesterday, and he had this to say regarding being considered the savvy veteran, even though he's still a young gentleman, but in a clubhouse full of youth. This is what he was asked about, and this is what he said about the Cardinal room.
Okay, so how important have those young kids, those young players been in the Cardinals' resurgence this season?
Yeah, they're super important. I mean, you look at guys like Jordan Walker and, J.J. Weatherholt, Mason Wynn, and Herrera, like all those guys. Speaking of Jordan Walker, I've watched him kind of grow up in the big leagues, and I've been with him every step of the way. Just to watch him have a lot of success, and it is a lot of fun. And then obviously JJ, you can call me the savvy vet, but he acts like the savvy vet, just the way he's got a slow heartbeat. Nothing phases him, and it's just a lot of fun to be on that side of the infield with him, and I could go down the list with all these young guys, but it's just a lot of fun to come to the ballpark. Nothing really phases us. We're going to go out there and put our best foot forward, and if we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. It is what it is, but we got a really good group, and like I said, it's a lot of fun to be with these guys.
Alec Burleson on MLB Network yesterday as they were interviewing him from down at Busch Stadium before the start of the Diamondback series, which led to a Cardinal win last night, 3-2. Andre Palante dealing for his 9th win. Here's a question, Martin. I'm going to go to you on this one. I'm of the opinion that the guys on the team think higher of the team's chances than the management of the team. What do you think about that?
I would say that's accurate. And that may be consistent with most teams where they're in the room and like, we can do this, guys. And then the front office is crunching numbers going, we can't do this. Yeah. We can't sustain this. I would agree with that statement. I think if you're pulling the room, Wynn, Burleson, like, why can't we be a playoff team? Why? And then the metrics would say, well, because of our starting pitching and because you'd have to face eventually the Mizes of the world out there. No, I agree with that. And they should feel that way. I mean, they should believe that they're good enough. But I think the front office probably on a lie detector would say, wow, we're way over our skis here. I mean, look at some of these guys we're getting outs with. I mean, I think that's what they would probably tell you. But who the hell knows? I mean, there's sometimes weird magic in sports, like what works, why does it work? I remember when Fernando Salas was getting people out.
Yes, 2011.
Ran into a former Cardinal. He said, and a former Cardinal pitcher who said, I don't know how he gets anybody out. So sometimes it just works. But I agree. I think in that room, and I enjoyed hearing Arenado talk about it. He said it was funny to him now that Newt's like a savvy vet. He goes, I know he's not paying for anything. And just these guys that Arenado was around, even Mason Wynn, he said he would make some plays the last couple of years. He said I would just kind of look at him and like give him a look like, man, he knew as a Gold Glover, Arenado, what it's. It was interesting to hear his perspective on these guys who've evolved, like a Burleson, who was a rookie in 2022, that whole Albert signing to me would be a great St. Louis 30 for 30, because remember, it's spring training. Yadier Molina wasn't going to, he had told the team he thought he was just going to retire. He was just kind of changed his mind about baseball, and it was spring training, and the Cardinals like, excuse me, what? And then he shows up, and Wainwright was trying to cheer up Molina a little bit. So the whole idea was, Pujols is out there. Is he a fit for the Cardinals? And one of my understanding is one of the motivating factors was, we think this will cheer up Molina a little bit by bringing Albert
How about
back.
that?
And Ali Marmol was the middle person in all of that, because he and Pujols had a good relationship. The deep dive would be if Bill DeWitt and John Mozeliak said on the record, do we really want to go down that road? Been there, he was here, he left. My personal opinion is that they probably were debating, do we really want to bring him back? It's going to be a circus. And then also, I think Mr. DeWitt probably said, well, what if he hits 120? Then that's the great Albert. But then he's ending his career like that. Do we really want that? But I think Ali kind of created the conversation. And I think they did feel it would kind of cheer up Molina, as weird as that sounds. Then remember, he went missing that season for a few weeks. And Wainwright and Albert were FaceTiming like, hey, dude, we're here. Where are you? That whole Albert, Yachty, the Pujols, that season to me would be a fascinating deep dive. And in the middle of it all, Marmol's a rookie manager, pinch hitting at one point for Albert. But I think the fact he ended up here was largely because Ali pushed Mo on the idea.
And Pujols' final season couldn't possibly have gone much better.
And then the way it turned, and that's what Arenado probably talked as much yesterday about, that season being Albert's teammate as much as anything. But I think one of the motivating factors was because Molina had kind of contemplated retiring, and they thought, well, this will get him excited.
I do think the players think they have a chance. I think that's a no-brainer. You don't make it as an athlete to that level of your sport and not have a lot of confidence in yourself, not think that you can do it. You could go to probably some of the worst teams in baseball that are going nowhere, and you're still going to have guys who believe that they can turn it around and win the thing.
Well, if you remember, Skip Schumacher was on with us a couple weeks ago when the Rangers were in town, and he said, growing up, delusion carries a negative connotation, but as he's grown up and older in the game, he said delusion is actually what winds up building individual champions and teams that are convinced that they can win against all logic. I mean, almost anybody who goes up against the Dodgers in the postseason, I know the Dodgers are dealing with a lot of injuries, but operating on the premise that they still will be the force that they are when October rolls around, is going to have to be delusional to think that they're going to beat them. Maybe the Braves and maybe the Brewers are in a different world, and they would be somewhat considered even. But whoever it is from the back half most likely would be a substantial underdog. But we have seen it happen. I mean, we've seen it happen locally, both in the good and the bad. The New England Patriots beating the Rams in Super Bowl 36. The 2006 Cardinals beating the Tigers. If you remember, what was that? The Tigers in 3 was the prediction from when
Bob Nightingale might have printed that.
USA Today.
Tigers in 3, because they were a powerhouse at the time.
Yeah.
There was also a review of, I think it was position by position, and I think it was Nightingale who was saying how awful Chris Duncan was in the field. And one of the days in Detroit, like workout day, they said Dave Duncan was looking for Bob Nightingale.
Oh, he wanted a piece of him?
He wanted to confront him.
What did the skipper say about Dunk, Martin?
He's a bad dude, man. We mess with Dunk.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with Dunk. Doug, why don't you tell me about Mark Milton, because he's a bad dude, too.
You don't want to mess with Mark Milton. You don't want to mess with a godforsaken tax man unless you have Mark Milton on your side. He's been recognized on the prestigious Missouri Lawyers Media Power List as one of the top tax and estate planning attorneys in the state. Maybe you've got years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, that kind of thing, horrible things. You could even be facing IRS criminal investigation. If so, mister, you've got some problems, but Mark Milton is there to help you through it. You contact him at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country, and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is simply one of the best in the country at what he does, and now he is based right here in the St. Louis area, helping individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. He's also, I believe, like the mayor of the MAC. He gets around. You see him. He's got the front row seats at the Billiken games. He's a huge Illinois fan. Everybody knows Mark Milton in town because he does such great work, such a great guy to work with. Any kind of IRS problems at all, you contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel. How about this one, Doug? Doug, do you like it or not?
Well, it's okay, yeah. Who is this?
Sturgill Simpson.
Kind of Waylon
Sturgill?
Jennings vibe.
Mm-hmm. This is all part of the new Cowboy Papers.
Cowboy Papers?
Oh, you talked about getting those nice boots.
Yeah.
What about Spurs?
That jingle jangle?
I've got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle, as I go riding merrily along.
How about that?
Yeah.
Gene Autry?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That and, I guess a gunslinger hat. Could really
like that.
Put it together. Some jacket with, what do they call it? Phrase? What's it called? Flare? What's the
fringe?
Fringe. Thank you.
Flare was what Jennifer Aniston failed to wear in 1999's Office Space. Am I right on that, Doug?
Yeah, there you go.
I just don't
Where are your flares?
Yeah.
Where's your flare?
I'm loving it, Papers. Sturgill's the S. Yesterday, Tyler, and now Sturgill. That's from Major Stronzo.
It's kind of, like I said, I'm expanding my musical interests.
Are you?
So by design, this summer you said I want to get into a little more of this country cowboy stuff.
Americana is, I think, the genre that they call it.
Wow. Look at you.
That's what
you
I think
are
they
a real
call it.
American.
I am.
Rick Derringer.
Red-blooded.
Bread and butter kind of guy.
Speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, here's a real American. Larry Nickel is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, he's going to update you on what you missed last night, assuming you didn't get a chance to watch because you're
really
watching
didn't.
Casa Amor Love Island.
I wasn't watching that, no.
Good morning, Larry.
Well, hello, Nixie.
Good morning, guys. What are you watching, Doug?
I didn't watch much of anything last night.
What about Cardinal baseball?
Just a little bit of Cardinal baseball. I was
We
golfing.
having a scotch and
I was
sitting
golfing.
in the den with a cigar and a scotch and just
No.
kind of thinking about it all.
No, I went golfing, and then afterwards
How'd you play?
we went out to no good. Afterwards we went out to eat, and then I came home, went to bed.
Where'd you go for dinner?
We went to Steph's Pizza.
Steph's?
Ever been there?
I'm familiar with it.
Is it part of Stefanina's
Yes.
or no?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, they've got 4 or 5 locations.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
How was it?
That was good. On Monday night, you get a large pizza for the price of a small pizza, so that's usually where we go.
What
golf.
toppings?
Well, my son just had cheese, so I just had a cheese pizza with him.
Sounds like you're
And I had a
pissed.
salad, and
Larry, what do you get on your pizza, boy?
Whenever I get pizza, I usually try to get jalapenos and anchovies.
Do you really?
So good.
Sounds awful.
Oh, by the way, Doug.
Yeah.
Doug.
Yeah.
You should have got that special from that place you went to and took it home and watch some professional wrestling.
Well, maybe it's kind of late at that point. I didn't get home till like 9:30.
You could have got Netflix and watched the replay of it.
Okay. Well, what I didn't, I missed it again. I've missed it almost every week for 30 some odd years now.
Yeah, well, 4 decades.
Yeah, that is the math. Kind of a fun development here, of course, as most of the audience is aware with the change in England with the Prime Minister. Danhausen made his campaign speech to become the new Prime Minister of England last night on WWE Raw.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Okay, let's get to...
Yeah, what happened on the presentation?
I mean, there is a guy campaigning to be the new Prime Minister.
Well, Keir Starmer stepped down yesterday, so there's an opening.
That's what I'm saying. And I think
And if they
Danhausen's
want to
lying.
get that vote, that's where they go.
That's correct.
Okay, let's get to the...
Yeah, let's do.
Last night, or should I say, last night, there were 2 title matches. One was for the WWE Women's Tag Team Championship.
Okay.
The champion, Paige, who made a return to her home country since retiring due to injury a few years ago, and her tag team partner and WWE Hall of Famer, who I had the opportunity to interview about 13 years ago, Brie Bella. They beat Lyra Valkyria and Bailey.
Okay, was that an upset?
Yeah, and then after the match, Bailey and Lyra were hugging it out. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, Lyra turns on Bailey.
Whoa.
Plot twist?
Yeah.
No.
At two
major, major plot twist.
Yeah. Well, I hope the country can get through it. It won't be easy for me, I know.
They did. And then the second title match.
Yeah, what was that?
Was for the World Tag Team title. The champions at the time, the Vision, Austin Theory, and Braun Breaker, son of the Dollface Villain Rick Steiner, went against the Street Profits. And here's another upset, Doug. They're the winners of the match and new World Tag Team champions, the Street Profits.
Okay. Oh, well, that sounds exciting.
And before the title switch happened,
yeah,
there was a lot of outside hijinks, so to speak.
Why does that always happen? Why can't they get that under control?
You've been calling for replay for years now.
I have. They use it in almost every other sport because the officiating stinks in pro wrestling. And these refs have glass jaws. If someone bumps into them, I mean, they are almost dead for like 2 minutes until it's time to count for the wrong guy.
Okay, here's how the hijinks.
Out cold.
I'm still talking here.
Okay, sorry.
That's my favorite part of the Larry. When Larry puts Doug in his place. Go ahead, Larry. You have the floor.
The hijinks started when Logan Paul, who is still out injured with one of his arms, tried to put Austin Theory's foot on the rope. The referee did catch that and kicked Logan Paul out from the inside. And then, when the referee wasn't looking, Logan Paul comes back and tries to get Austin Theory some brass knucks. Then, out of the blue, here comes Joe Hendry, who chased Logan Paul out of the inside again. Then Austin Theory was calling toward the brass knucks, and all of a sudden, here comes Seth Rollins' music hits. Bromwich was outside the ring thinking he was going to come down the ramp. But Seth Rollins came out of the crowd, picked up the brass knucks, while the ref wasn't looking.
Of course.
Used him on Austin Theory. And then the Street Profits used some tandem tag team move. And that's how the Street Profits beat the Vision, become the new World Tag Team Champions.
And the referee missed it all. We good? Missed it all. He had one job, and about half the matches in with the referee looking in the wrong direction.
That is true, Doug.
Yeah. That's why I have a beef with it. Can't believe they can't find a way to improve the officiating in professional wrestling.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, though, but I think way back when they did tag matches back in the Chase, they had two referees.
That's better. You need that. Because these guys will cheat if you give them a chance.
Well, here's a little side segue.
All right.
Back when the Survivor Series came to fruition back in 1987, they did have two referees.
Yeah.
One on the inside and one on the outside. So all that mayhem.
Okay. Yeah, that probably worked better than the current system.
It did.
All right. Well, this has been informative, and I would say also educational.
Break me off a piece of that dump.
Oh.
How dare you, Iggy?
Yeah.
Larry, what do you want? You got like a Brady Bunch marathon in the background? What do we got going on the TV?
You're a good employer, Martin.
All right,
two
love
facts.
you. Oh, way to go, Larry. You're the best.
Larry, do you have the top 5 countries in the world at your disposal, especially during World Cup season?
Yes, I do, Neil. Thanks for asking.
Okay.
Number 5, Turkey.
Oh, okay.
Number 4 will be Australia.
Australia.
We're in a World Cup group stage here.
Group D getting a lot of play here.
Number 3 will be Italy.
Italy.
If this were the ACT, I would have said Paraguay, so that threw me off.
Didn't make the World Cup, Italy.
So the train leaves the station going 120 miles an hour.
Number 2, Canada.
Okay.
Number 1, United States of America.
Yes. Percussion. I'm rolling balls. Larry, God bless you and God bless these United States of America.
Yeah, God bless America.
There he is, the best in the
thanks,
business.
Nixie.
Doug, I feel like you two have reached common ground that you agree that there is a problem with the officiating in professional wrestling, but he disagrees that there is anything they could do about it.
No one else sees it but me? Am I the only one? It just seems like a problem that would easily be fixed.
Ow.
And it's well, first of all, stop turning away from if you're the official, stop looking into the crowd and watch what's happening in front of you.
Do they have video reviews?
Relax.
No, they need it. I've called for it for years. It would overturn the outcome of roughly 90% of the matches. And the fact that the referees can't take any sort of a bump without just almost dying right there in the ring. Out cold.
And leave you quivering.
Right. They're quivering right in the middle of the ring. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air, sponsor of our email today, coming your way on this Polos Plus dossier at approximately 9:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Talk it over with other TMA listeners. Subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel. That's where you can watch after the morning after as well from 11 to 12. And talk it over with other TMA listeners throughout the morning from 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. You can do that in Michelob Ultra, who sponsors it. Michelob Ultra is 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Beautiful day in St. Louis. Get out and enjoy it. And enjoy a Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt fielding phone calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com, great website to pick out your next vehicle, and guaranteed you're going to get that car with little to no money down, best rate possible. They're able to do that because AutoLoan Pro works with over 50 different lenders, getting you the best financing no matter what your situation. Doesn't matter if there's been a hiccup or not. They're going to get you back on track, get you that new vehicle, and also help you fix your credit. They also do that by giving you that free playbook, chance to educate you on how the credit system works. So get a new car, fix your credit, all one spot. AutoLoanPro.com. They are part of the Lita family. Anyone can sell you a car, but it takes a pro to do it right. Making that large purchase gets a little complicated. Make sure you're with the best. That's AutoLoan Pro, getting you the great car you deserve no matter what's happened in the past. Little to no money down, great rates, one site, vehicles online, and that free playbook. Robert Thomas on the commercials. He's on the website as well, supporting the cause. It is AutoLoanPro.com.
Is this DeBarge Rhythm of the Night from the film The Last Dragon?
I wish I could help you.
See, I don't think 83 is live, and I don't think 87 is live, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say 85 to get me 84 and 86. There's the process.
And they're all
85.
related?
85.
Are they all family?
Not sure. But it is certainly Chico DeBarge's birthday today.
Happy birthday, Chico DeBarge.
Chico DeBarge.
Be a fun surprise guest, Martin.
Chico might be available. Oh, look, he just called back. I just texted him.
He's standing by.
He's in. Yeah, it's L. DeBarge, Bunny
DeBarge,
Mark, Randy, James, Bobby. Now maybe they changed their name.
Yeah. Where's Chico?
Yeah.
I think Johnny is Chico.
Okay, I didn't have a Johnny.
And, of course, ironically, Doug, DeBarge had the hit song from, was it 1989's Short Circuit 2? Who's Johnny? Remember that?
Did they? No, I don't.
Wonder if Jackson could find that. It'd be great, because we'd have a big DeBarge 8 o'clock hour here in 2026, just to kind of to continue to bring in the young ladies who are starting to flock to this show.
Is that what it is?
L. DeBarge was the 6th of the children born to Robert Louis DeBarge.
Steve Guttenberg and Ali Sheedy? Am I right? Were they in there? Is that Steve Guttenberg and Ali Sheedy? Steve Guttenberg, known from 3 Men and a Baby, Ali Sheedy from Breakfast Club?
Okay.
Then there's Bobby. I'm still looking for Chico.
Well, maybe Chico is Johnny,
But
and
I don't
that's
have a
why
Johnny.
he wrote this incredible song.
I was struggling.
St. Louis Hawks had a basketball player named Chico Vaughn.
All right.
Yeah.
No relation?
No relation whatsoever. No.
Did anybody read the Detroit Free Press this morning?
Oh, missed it today. I read it every morning except for today.
Is it Tuesday with Maury?
That's correct, but this was written by Blake Topmeyer, and he says, Michigan keep Josh Schertz on speed dial in case interim trial run fails. Michigan chose continuity. It also faced reality. Hiring a college basketball coach in late June is not ideal timing. The Wolverines, according to multiple reports, will promote Mike Boynton Jr. to interim coach to succeed Dusty May, who's leaving for the Dallas Mavericks. The key word in that sentence, interim. That suggests this is a trial run, as it should be. If Boynton can keep Michigan's roster together, the Wolverines possess enough talent after signing an elite recruiting class to pursue another deep NCAA tournament run. Achieve that, and Boynton can shed the interim label. But this job is too good for Michigan to commit to Boynton being anything more than a one-year experiment. Never mind, Michigan isn't a blue blood. It boasts top-tier resources, and money matters more than ever in the buy-a-player landscape. If Boynton wobbles as interim, Michigan should open the job next spring to a full search that ought to attract top candidates. Keep St. Louis coach Josh Schertz on speed dial. Schertz would have been a natural heir to May if the job had opened 2 months ago. The good news for Michigan, Schertz isn't going anywhere between now and March. Schertz passed on Syracuse and NC State to stay at SLU, perhaps because he figured something better would open up if he showed some patience. So, there it is. Detroit Free Press this morning, a column on Josh Schertz as the possible eventual heir to Dusty May's role as head coach of the defending national champion Wolverines.
I would say that's dead on. I don't think Michigan's that excited about Mike Boynton, but it makes sense right now. Got the players on campus. Timing of it, you got to go with that guy. But no offense to Mike Boynton, who did have a little bit of a run at Oklahoma State. Looks like he's a Brad Underwood guy because he was with him at Stephen F. Austin and then went with him to Oklahoma State. But I would agree, if Schertz has a big year and if Michigan struggles, that call is probably being made.
I think it's pretty clear now that Schertz is the number one hottest coach among the mid-major schools. When he's the guy being mentioned as taking over the national champion, the whole country is apparently aware that this guy is as good as anybody out there.
It is something else.
Yeah.
I mean, this is someone who this time last year, and I would even say this time 8-ish months ago, was probably more familiar to college basketball fans for being the head coach at Indiana State in 24 than his one season at St. Louis University. But that just shows how quickly you can rise. I think the counter to that also would be, if you can rise quickly, you can fall quickly. And so if you want to seize the opportunity that could truly be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, then this would be that moment. The precarious spot he is in is if that it does not go well this year, then that stock drops, and then fans and donors in Ann Arbor would not be as excited about him as they would be if they were to get him now. But Michigan announced yesterday, per the reports, a Detroit Free Press citing, that Mike Boynton Jr. will be the interim coach, and Josh Schertz will not be in the mix until after the season.
It's actually better for sure that the job's not open, because if you did get offered, you'd have to take it. And I'm not sure that he'd be their first choice right now, but that would be a terrible look to leave in the middle of the summer. You got everything built for next year with your schedule and your roster. Everything's kind of in place. It would be a terrible look. So even if you're him, you say, oh, thank God, that's not even an option right now. But a year from now, that could make perfect sense for both sides. Here's my Cowboy papers. Are you taking NBA-related questions? Okay. Will it work? And is there a good example? Is there any good comp out there? Because like John Beilein went to the Cavs. That didn't feel like a fit ever, did it? Beilein to the Cavs. Billy Donovan had a long run. Pretty good coach, right? NBA level. Brad Stevens, good comp.
Yes.
But they never won anything, right? They got to the conference finals a bunch.
Well, you could say that his
GM work?
Yes, his work as president of basketball ops is part of his career there.
Fred Hoiberg. Or Mike Montgomery, that's probably a little bit before.
What about Larry Brown?
Larry Brown.
Only coach to have won both an NCAA tournament and NBA championship.
Lon Kruger with the Atlanta Hawks. That also didn't feel like a fit to me.
Quinn Snyder.
Yeah. Is that just, I mean, he's remained a coach for a while. That's
Jazz and
impressive.
Hawks.
Yeah.
Some of those like famous, like when they were at their highest level.
Like Rick Pitino.
John Calipari went to the Nets.
Kind of a Saban thing there where they're so good in college, but then it doesn't work out in the pros.
So there's not a lot of great history.
It's not a rich, dense history.
But this Dusty May does seem to have the current basketball acumen.
Sure. Going to a huge market with an awesome young star.
I think college basketball is more about recruiting the players that you can assemble. Where in the pros, you don't have that same luxury.
Right.
You get who you get in the draft, and you get the free agents that your owner can afford.
One of the things that I think is an intangible and a data-driven, and understandably so, and I'm not condemning data-driven analysis, whether it applies to sports or I think business, is an individual's ability to identify talent and then optimize what could be raw materials. And I think one of the things, if you are a college basketball observer, you would cite specific to Josh Schertz is in a time where, as he's described it sitting right here in our studios, the transfer portal is speed dating. So you have to identify who's talented, but then also who will fit your system, and then also, for lack of a better term, character. And I'm not saying like quality person or bad person so much as, is this person seeking to fit into what we do, or would they be better suited somewhere else because of what their goals are? And I think what he did last year in that speed dating cycle for St. Louis University was perhaps the most significant element of what wound up being, by Billiken standards, one of the best seasons in their history. And brought on a bunch of people who, in November, probably couldn't have named anybody other than Robbie Avila on the team.
Yeah, you get a press release last summer. Hey, they've added Ishan Sharma.
Right.
You're like, okay, fine. Hey, they're getting Trey Green, Deion Brown. You're like, sure. But I think it's Troy Robertson who pointed out this. We were talking about the Majerus shirts, kind of like that comp. What is it about these guys when we talk about, their basketball savant, whatever? Sounds silly, but he said these are the guys that walk in the gym and there's 30 players and they go him, like they just know. They can see who's got it. They can identify that talent immediately. And as you said, for what fits their system too. And I think they've done it again based on people that know basketball really well with the players they've added for next year, addressing really a lot of their needs, which was a little more beef, a little more muscle inside. So they could be even better next year.
If they are Does St. Louis U have any chance at all to hang on to shirts any longer?
If they have success, it just gets harder and harder.
Yeah.
Now, if the expanded field, the other thing is if let's say they're second in the A10 and they don't get into the tournament, then you're like, all right, I'm out of here. I can't do this, because you want to be in the tournament. You want to be able to have a shot at winning. But Tim, they're not all happy. OMG, nobody cares about this. It's NHL draft week, a huge month for the Blues. Nobody cares about Michigan's coach. From Harrison's brother, Master, who's been a little quiet lately. The papers, guess what? He's back.
What'd you call in, big man?
314-974-0110.
OMG, nobody cares. I think Billiken fans care. But it's a fascinating cycle because the NBA is going to hire a coach. When they do it, it's going to be mid to late June.
Sucks for Slew, but yeah, there is zero reason for him to stay in St. Louis. That's from Mr. Licks, who also says, LOL, Martin, it's not a terrible look ever if you leave Slew for Michigan. Bad take.
Oh, for
bad take.
Sakes.
Big time sports talk.
It would be a bad look for people here in St. Louis that have grown attached to the coach. It'd be a bad look to leave the program at that time.
And all his players.
It'd be a great career. It's a great career move, yes. But it would be a bad look to do it this time of year. Sorry.
When Cairo is traded, I will call in and explain why. That's from Harrison's brother, Master.
Now, how would he know why?
But he's responding to the drop, which said, call in, big man. And he's saying, okay, I will.
Mike, let me tell you, you're a legend. This is a dream come true for me. I did some radio and television work way back in the day. Huge fan of yours, Mike. I was supposed to be there on Sunday to meet you. I didn't make it. I tell you, I'm heartbroken. Going through a divorce, my wife and me always talk about you. I used to watch you, tape you on the Yes Network, Mike. This is great to speak to you. Mike, I want to meet you one day. I want to ask you a big favor. How about I come up to the station on Friday? Could I come up and meet you?
No.
Cut his legs right out from underneath him.
He's going through a terrible time. He's getting divorced. So let's give it a second of a thought.
Yeah.
He just wants to meet you. That's all. He's going through a terrible time.
And he worked in the business back in the day.
He was in the industry, and there was a brotherhood for those of us who all have made bad career decisions.
No.
So he didn't give it as much time as he would have liked to think about it, Doug?
Yeah, at least mull it over. I mean, he could have security with him maybe when he went to say hi.
More sports and less sports simultaneously. That's from Dr. Xander Malinthrop.
And he screamed it.
That is the sweet spot. Well, sometimes we
Are the sports,
broadcast.
are they great?
We'll broadcast this show while also broadcasting the ESPN mothership, so you get both.
Right on, Master. Just waiting for the day to line up. 2 men in a truck for him. That's from Sharon in Clayton. Is Jordan Kyrou a member of the St. Louis Blues this time next week?
I'll say no.
I am with you.
I'll say no.
Jackson, you can put that down in Predictionary if you want.
No.
Yep.
I'm going to... Oh, God, it's boring radio, right? I'll agree. I think it's time.
When? What's our timeline here?
Next week. I mean, really, it's about 72 hours, but...
Okay. Jordan Kyrou will not be a Blue this time next week.
Okay. Prediction.
And dated and in the Predictionary. And all three of you gentlemen agree?
That's right. When are you on it?
Indifferent.
Abstain. Just going to abstain.
Indifferent.
Guys, can you get Big Walt on? I know he's not a big fan of dirtbag on his pants or pace of play in golf, but this is a great time to talk to Walter. Hey, thanks a lot, hey. Those are goal sirens from Puck. That's from B Money.
I'm sure Big Walt, Dan O'Neill of the Blues texted yesterday, so I know everybody's going to want Big Walt. We're going to sort it out. I'm sure the Fast Lane wants him on the show. I'm sure B can for us, but Big Walt's always welcome on the program. Jesus.
Ours is
November
the
9th is the night
of
the induction. I'm hoping the Panthers don't play that night, but maybe they'll just take the night off.
Matthew Tkachuk on the program right at 7 o'clock on Friday.
What if we're running behind out of the break?
Yeah, I mean,
you missed your shot.
What if I leave my house, after 6:42? That's usually the sweet spot.
Stick and move.
Stick and move?
Well, I'll just talk it over with him to
talk
start.
about Tatum?
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll talk it over to start.
Who's big for you?
Talk about Grassies or something. And then whenever you guys roll in here, you guys can ask the puck questions. I'll handle the big stuff. Do the
Hey, how's it going?
Mr. Licks has put out a request for Brian Henson to text him. Brian Henson, please text me. Oh, hold on a second. There's a text above. You always got to see the text history when.
Yeah.
God, I love good text history.
My 8-year-old daughter asked for a Caitlin Clark jersey for her birthday and to go to a Fever game to see her play. Can the show's Asian correspondent, Brian Henshin, please get me tickets?
Oh, stop it.
Brian Henshin, please text me. That's from Mr. Licks.
Get the tickets yourself.
Licks, you're getting a little close to Iggy's world there.
He wants someone he doesn't know in another city to get him tickets. Free ones,
Doug,
too,
he's
by
a
the
friend
way.
of the friends of the show
Get him yourself.
all know each other.
That's right.
Get online, go to Ticketmaster or wherever, and get the tickets yourself.
Licks is well heeled, too.
Okay.
Yeah, Doug.
Hopefully that's a joke.
Hey, puck's on net, man. Puck's on net.
Well, if you got an extra ball to sign, drop it off.
Guys, Short Circuit 2 is one of the better ones that's better than the first movie. That's from Murphy VR in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. What did you enjoy more, Short Circuit 1 or Short Circuit 2?
I think Steve Gutenberg was in that, wasn't he?
Yeah, I said
Was
that
that the
earlier.
impetus?
Ali Sheedy. And then that's where Who's Johnny came from for Jackson's DeBarge theme today.
I still can't find anybody named Chico, and I'm trying to get him
Who's
on
Johnny?
the show.
Yeah, we're trying to get him on.
I got a James. Oh, James DeBarge was married to Janet Jackson.
Short Circuit had Steve Gutenberg and Ali Sheedy. I don't know if Short Circuit 2 did, though.
Oh, is that right?
Short Circuit 2 did not. It had Fisher Stevens. He was the thin-necked gentleman from Succession. Cynthia Gibb and Michael McKean. This looks.
The studio didn't really want to spend as much on Short Circuit.
I gotta be honest, this looks just awful.
How dare you? How dare
Good
you?
or bad? Immediate review?
I mean, it
bad.
looks awful.
What makes you say that? What is Movie Boy like when Josh Schertz sees basketball talent? He can identify. What do you see from a film that was made 9 years before you were born that tells you it's garbage?
Having rescued robot Johnny 5 from being destroyed by the military in Short Circuit, Indian scientist Ben Javeri, that's what it says.
Whoa, Guardian scientist.
Moves to New York City to become an American citizen. After struggling to sell a few toy replicas of Johnny, Ben must scramble to make more when Sandy Banatoni orders 1,000 for her department.
Sandy Banatoni loves the Billikens as an 8 seed.
Well, don't let me down, Jimmy Cruz. Orders 1,000 for a department store. With Johnny's help, Ben begins to make. So it's basically someone orders 1,000 robots, and he has to make 1,000 robots.
Awesome.
And that's an hour and 51 minutes.
Short Circuit 1, budget of $15 million.
Probably made 70.
40.
Okay.
Short Circuit 2, budget same, kept it the same. Sweet spot, $15 million.
Made 25.
21.
Yeah.
Profit season.
Yeah, profit
Certainly
season.
worth it.
Yeah.
I guess.
Why don't we make a movie real quick?
And they cranked those out in, 4 or 5 months or so?
A little longer than that.
Okay, 6 months and you make $10 million?
Right, but we have to
Probably
come up
worth
with some kind of genius plot like
Well, not
Short
much of a,
Circuit
not to
2.
come up with much of a plot, apparently.
Doesn't sound like.
Shut your whore mouth, papers. Johnny 5 is alive. That's from the Heiser House Hooligan.
Oh, man. Steve Gutenberg's whole filmography just...
A lot of Police Academy on
A
there.
lot of Police Academy.
What about 3 Men and a Baby and the ghost that was in the window, Doug?
Yeah, 3 Men and a Baby.
Or was that a Ted Danson? Was that a Ted Danson cardboard cutout?
I don't know.
Was he in Diner?
He is in Diner,
that's
and
his
I
peak
love Diner.
Oh, what a great
But that's an ensemble performance. And I like Cocoon.
When you
Wilford
criticize
Brimley.
a movie, do you feel like you need to shut your whore mouth?
Clip that off.
Sometimes. Sometimes I feel bad.
Yeah.
Hey, Licks, I'll take a number 7 with a large Diet Dr. Pepper. That's from Brad and Boca. He's placing orders with Mr. Licks.
Number 7.
Licks was making fun of Iggy with that, you two olds. That's from Boy Howdy.
No, probably was.
I went to high school with the Dogtown Astrovan. He's always the cutest dad at the pool. That's from the Crestwood Coyote.
See, they all know each other, is what we're saying, Doug.
Apparently they
all
do.
interact.
Yeah.
And he's the cutest dad at the pool.
I don't know.
What pool is that? Do you think that's St. Louis?
I just don't know
Georgetown
what pool.
Apartments.
Nice hole, Kyle.
That's where Charlie was a resident. He was doing live reads, if I'm not mistaken.
Was he?
Yes.
He's doing live reads for the apartment complex?
I'm pretty sure.
Dude, this is going to cover sewer and water. Watch.
That's a good deal.
What up, Licks? Great text. I'll hit you up during ATMA, boo. Thanks, Mr. Tim. Could I get a wink? I'm about to, yep, all over a Doug Glossy. Thanks. That's from Brian Henshin, who is going to go get tickets for Mr. Licks to a Fever game?
He's doing what on the glossy?
Gutenberg was in Cocoon with Wilford Brimley. That's who We Too Low.
I mentioned that, and I like Cocoon. I love Wilford Brimley.
Up.
Love Wilford Brimley.
Brad and Boca lives 2 weeks at a time. That's from Mr. Licks.
Gutenberg was in a soccer movie, too. The Big Green. Big Green, you know.
About Tulane's Club.
Yeah, with little Ham from Sandlot.
Yeah.
The great Hambino.
Yeah, he was in there as a goalie, I think.
And a guy named Bug Hall.
Mm-hmm.
Terrible. Who goes by the name Bug?
Bug Hall.
Bugging Out from Do the Right Thing.
Oh.
Giancarlo Esposito.
Doug, do you agree that Brad and Boca lives 2 weeks at a time? That's what Mr. Lick says.
Well, what would that mean exactly?
I assume paycheck to paycheck.
He's going to take it fortnight to fortnight.
Oh, yeah. 15th in the first kind of situation.
Bug Hall was Alfalfa in the Little Rascals.
Is that right?
Oh.
Wow.
Shout out to Bug
Why
Hall.
did that hairstyle catch on?
Should have. So it was slicked down, but one hair standing up.
Yeah, right in the back. Straight up like an antenna.
That phrase still lives on when your kid's hair is saying, you got an alfalfa in back.
Uh-huh.
What a tribute.
Alfalfa Schweitzer, the actor, the original. He was
Carl Schweitzer?
Is that his name?
Yeah, I think so.
He was murdered as a younger man, I think.
Yeah. Oh, God, that hairstyle is brutal.
Well, now that you have thick, luscious locks courtesy of Healthcare Evolution, what about bringing that out to Tam Ave this Saturday?
I don't think my hair is thick enough for that.
But everyone
one
would say,
hair
hey,
just standing up like
they'd
that.
say, hey, alfalfa.
Right. Like a little unicorn.
Mm-hmm.
And wouldn't he dress all proper and stuff? Like he would dress with a little bow tie and suspenders?
Well, he had a big crush on Darla.
Yeah.
Always did. So he tried to dress up to impress her, I think.
Here's a story from Entertainment Weekly. Alfalfa's all grown up. Now he's a self-declared radical Catholic extremist.
Self-declared?
Self-declared.
Right?
Bug Hall, who famously played the character in 1994's Little Rascals, is opening up about his new lifestyle.
All right.
As a self-declared radical Catholic extremist.
How about that, Martin? Another surprise guest opportunity.
Bug Hall.
It's going to be tough when
Bug Hall.
It's going to be tough when his filmography features the sequel to American Pie.
Wow. Are you going after American Pie Part 2?
Not really, but if I was then a Catholic extremist, I might want that one.
What would a Catholic extremist
scratched
do?
from the record?
That's like someone who goes to Mass every morning?
Really loves Chuck-a-Luck?
Yeah, I think it's someone who stays the entire picnic at the Chuck-a-Luck table.
Oh. That hit really close to home, and I don't like what's going on, especially after the anti-Irish stuff earlier.
You can get cleaned out there.
The Chuck-a-Luck?
Yeah, I almost did.
Like you've got to call Gamblers Anonymous for Chuck-a-Luck?
5 minutes. First time I played it, 5 minutes later, I was down all this money. I was like, where did they even bet?
You got had, boy.
They just spin a wheel and take my money.
While you're sitting there drinking beer out of a red cup.
Yeah, I look away, and now I'm $5 lighter.
I feel like you got scammed by a Catholic extremist.
Hey, the Casper kid over there doesn't look Catholic. Let's get him.
Yeah, I got taken to the cleaners.
Doug, we have just received one of the greatest texts in this show's history.
Have we?
It's near and dear to this presentation. Jackson, when I say the name Stan the Caddy, what do you think of?
I think of two things. I think of Seinfeld, and then I also think of our caddy at Belle Reve during a long round, 2023 or so.
Was it 2023?
Probably, right? Summer 23?
Yeah.
That sound right? I think that's what it was.
I don't know why we would have been allowed on the grounds then.
It was some kind of media day. But I don't remember for what event.
Yeah.
There was some event. Because, like, Randy Carricker was playing in front of us. U-Man was playing in front of us.
U-Man walks, by the way. God bless him.
U-Man was walking.
Carries his bag and walks. Doug got Jan Hewitt.
Yeah. So it was some type of media day.
All right. Well, we were playing, me and Jackson. Doug, were you in this group? Plowhawk and Iggy. We were assigned a caddy by the name of
the
Stan.
Legends group.
Yeah, I was. And they were attempting to take some bold lines that Stan the caddy advised them against, and by, I believe it was hole number 11, where the Plowhawk tried to navigate some thick rough with a 3-wood despite the advice of hitting a wedge out, and it went. If we're looking at a clock and the clock's dead ahead of you is 12 o'clock, the Plowhawk's ball probably went around 7 o'clock, maybe 7:30, dead left OB, and Stan hung his head in absolute exhaustion. He advised Iggy to hit a 7-iron into the 18th green. Iggy felt like he could get there with an 8. He club twirled it as it sailed into the bunker and plugged. Well, Stan the caddy knows that we might be there for Media Day this Monday, and we will be, right? All 4 of us are in there. We're playing. Martin, are you playing too?
I'm not playing, but I'll be there.
No.
Good morning, gentlemen. This is Stan the Caddy from Belle Reve. I was wondering if any of you fine gentlemen got the invite for Media Day next Monday. If so, let me know. It would be an honor to caddy for you guys. Ooh. Doug, Stan the Caddy is back in our lives, and what a treat it is.
I can't wait.
Yeah. I got the email, and I RSVP'd no, thinking we had to work here all day.
We're doing the remote out there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Nice show prep, ass.
Doug's always the last.
You'll be all right. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Okay, so we're doing the whole show at Belle Reve on Monday.
Correct.
That's right.
Okay.
And after the morning after,
we're supporting the local golf
after the morning
community.
after there?
So?
Okay.
Are you doing
this is a quick turnaround.
Hold on, ATMA's happening from there on the hallowed grounds?
Yeah, I think if you look at after the morning after's listener demographic, about 38% of the listenership's Belle Reve membership.
Okay. All right. We have to figure something out.
41%, I think, is O-Dub. Is that right, Doug?
I'd say, yeah, maybe 45 now.
Yeah. All right, who let the scum in? So the show will be from there on Monday. That'll be fun. Maybe we'll sit out on the old back veranda or something.
I'll have to reverse my RSVP, I guess.
So you said you're out?
I did. This is the first time hearing that we're doing the show there, so I said, I can't do it. We're working here.
Jackson's so exhausted.
When did you tell me?
All you see is put his hands through his hair like Pat Riley in Showtime.
I didn't tell you, but I don't know.
Nobody told me.
It's been on that board for
that we're doing the whole show?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't read that board.
It's okay. Like I said, I don't think it's going to be a problem. I don't think they're going to fill our foursome up, but I don't know.
Oh, well, if I don't play it.
Why is everyone
the course is too much for me anyway. If I don't play, it's not a big deal.
I can text someone right now, and I bet you'll be fine.
Is it a scramble?
I don't know what the format is, to be honest with you.
Will you only play if it's a scramble?
I prefer that.
What if it's stroke?
It's too much course for some of us. It's long, and the rough is thick, and it's a
Jackson's
hard
trending,
course.
just so you know.
Is he?
Although he doesn't have a gin. He's going to wind up at the bottom of the river someday.
So Doug, you got an invite to Belle Reve, and you've just workshopped it into a negative. Oh, it's a long
no,
course.
it's my game.
Your game, okay.
If you're not very good, it'll wear you out.
Didn't Plowsy ask where the ATM was at Belle Reve? That's some big ones.
That is accurate. We don't carry cash that often.
Good Lord. Last week you didn't know about the food drive. Glad you take your job so seriously, Dougie Downer. That's from Sharon and Clayton. Dougie Downer. That was Rachel Dratch. Am I right on that?
I don't remember.
Boy, she's doing like burner phone commercials now. Yeah, that hurts. Yow. Yow. Have you seen those?
No.
That's a tough scene. Rachel Dratch, who played Debbie Downer on Saturday Night Live, was doing like burner phone late night commercials.
Oh. Well, it happens.
She might be available.
So we're going to have DeBarge, Rachel Dratch, and Stan the Caddy on in 1 hour? This is big. This is a big show. And Matthew Tkachuk right at 7 o'clock.
They're all getting right back to us.
What's trending for Jackson? 85-90? Trash. That's from Jenna Tolles.
Cool.
You don't want anything to do with that.
I'm trying to get you in here, brother.
Oh, I don't care. If I'm not in,
I'm going to make it happen.
Yeah,
I don't care.
Look at Papers. He goes right to the board. He goes right to the board. He's got a group text with the board at Belle Reve, and he's getting you in.
It's important that you play, Doug, because we're getting everyone ready for the BMW Championship.
That's right.
And the best way to do that is by having local media play golf.
I don't know. The lunch sounds good. That part sounds fine.
Well, they're going to be thrilled to have After the Morning After broadcasting from there.
Maybe no speakers on that one. You know, sometimes you go places and they pipe the show out.
Oh, gosh,
Maybe just unplug it at 11.
Yeah, we don't need that.
This is like the real Slim Shady video as 30 different people are texting in claiming this Stan the Caddy.
I got to be honest. Stan the Caddy didn't strike me as a texter into TMA. So if I'm dubious of that guy's original text, you know, maybe I'm the one who's off.
I loved Stan's disdain for our pairing.
Really did not like us. Maybe as people he didn't mind us, but as golfers he certainly did not like us.
Well, he was giving instruction to Iggy and the Plowhawk, and they were taking these bold.
The caddy-player relationship is fickle.
And he was the hired help. Who was he to get mad at the people that are
Oh, he just went after Stan.
Wow. I think Doug has been uninvited.
Boy, these efforts are going to ring hollow.
Doug, I'm told the rough is unplayable in preparation for the BMW. You better pack a lunch. That's from the 314.
I know.
Pele Blanco will play for Doug. That's from Pele Blanco.
We're not taking tributes.
We got a break. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals Diamondbacks tonight, 6:45 p.m. First pitch with Kyle Leahy on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Rulers. Well, Doug, the Cardinals will take on the Diamondbacks tonight for the second of 4 here in St. Louis.
Well, they sure will. Important to beat a team like this who figures to be a wild card competitor with the Cardinals. Took care of business last night. I guess right now only the Giants and Rockies are kind of out of the wild card contention. Mets are 6 back, but they might be able to claw their way back in it.
Kyle Leahy on the mound for the Cardinals. Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound for the Diamondbacks. Doug, you're a fantasy baseball player in the Inside STL League. Eduardo Rodriguez is one of those guys who you can stream, and he could give you 8 innings and like 16 strikeouts, no runs. Or he could go an inning and a third and give up maybe about 24 runs.
Yeah.
He's a wide delta guy.
Yeah.
So he gets the ball tonight for the Diamondbacks. Leahy for the Cardinals. Liberatore is still the scheduled starter for tomorrow. McGreevy for the Busman special on Thursday. And then the Marlins come a-calling. And after the Marlins come a-calling, hello again, everybody, to the schedule between then and the All-Star break. The Cardinals will be put to the test following this stretch.
Schedule says it's a night game Thursday.
Night game.
Oh, night game. I apologize. Everything's a night game.
For whatever reason this week, no day game.
Maybe they're trying to avoid the heat.
They ought to move it. I think it's supposed to be rainy. I wonder if they would move the Thursday game.
Like move it up?
Yeah, just get it over with.
Yeah. Bang and get it over with. Ooh, then we go heavy on the under if that's the case. So then the Marlins in town, and then the Cardinals begin a stretch between the end of June and the All-Star break in which they will be put to the test, and you're going to learn a lot about what the prognosis looks like. The Braves, one of the best teams in the game, is where they head after that, at Chicago for the 4th of July weekend series. Back in St. Louis, 5 in 4 days against the Brewers in St. Louis, and then at home against the Braves, and then to the All-Star break they go. The Cardinals are still sitting around 10 games over 500 at the All-Star break. Doug, you'll have to explain this to your kids, but S just got real.
Yeah. Well, it's pretty real now, I think. They're showing no signs of collapse. The pitching has been struggling here the last few days, but I think it's real now, at least for the wild card. Those 5 games against the Brewers in July will tell a lot about whether they can hang close to Milwaukee. You could really get buried in those 5, or you could get right back near the top of the division.
Cardinal win total over under right now. What do you think it is?
Like if you're a wagering man?
Yep.
85.5.
Martin, Joseph, Kilcoyne.
That's a good number. That's 85.5. Because even though they're playing at a decent clip, Vegas probably doesn't buy it. So 84.5.
Little Jackie Papers, who loved his rascal. His name was Puff.
86.5.
Chairman Kurt, have you seen this? And if so, recuse yourself. Chairman Kurt is not. He's going to fire a puck on net.
I'll go 80.
Chairman Kurt is just
$1.
Chairman Kurt he just outplayed everybody. That's the advantage of going last, though. 81.5 is the number.
Wow.
81.5.
I was assuming that they were low. I didn't go low enough. You got to go lower, Doug. When they go low, we go lower.
I guess. So they still don't believe in the Cardinals at all.
Well, does that make you want to fight people?
Not really.
I kind of do.
Well, who do you want to punch?
Give me a moment on that.
Some Vegas odds maker?
Vegas Dave.
Holly Saunders, X.
Vinny.
You can also bet on who will finish with the best regular season record. Anybody want to take a guess as who?
How about the Dodgers?
Yep, that's minus 300.
Okay.
Who would be second?
Who would be second? Are the Braves in play?
The Braves are plus 470. Yankees plus 600. Brewers plus 650. Phillies plus 2,700. Rays plus 5,500. If you think the Cardinals will finish with the best regular season record, Doug, plus 25,000. So you put down 100 and they hand you $25,000. Yeah. On September 20, is that my birthday, right? We're having the big 50th birthday celebration.
I don't know about that.
My understanding is, it's supposed to be huge for the Mississippi State game.
Well, it was going to be a surprise.
That was another station announcement that I missed.
Yeah, I think all the HD2 and AM stations are getting together.
Okay.
Maybe when Savard said you would take 3 weeks off, maybe it's meant mentally. Maybe you just check out.
Yeah,
that could be. Yeah.
Stations of Christmas past.
That's
like
what
you
it's
going
called.
back in your life.
Remember 9:20 a.m.
Big Walt says, what time?
Today?
No, tomorrow.
Bandit Square in a big Tkachuk week with Matthew on Friday at 7
Brady,
o'clock.
call in on Thursday.
Yeah.
Chantel, stop by Thursday.
How about that?
What time you want? Big Walter tomorrow.
How about 8 o'clock?
Boy, look at how Jackson produced that show. Didn't even have to look at like what we had planned tomorrow.
Right.
Does that mean nothing was planned?
Just from memory, I thought we were pretty open.
Oh, wow. What time tomorrow between 7 and 11? Give me one or two options. Any.
Literally any time.
You pick. Soup's in town this weekend, but is traveling Friday. He's going to be at Busch Stadium this weekend. If anybody needed to come in a day early,
I agree.
Can we move his flight? Can we move his flight?
Chomps, can you move Soup's flight?
I'm a Chomps lemming.
Can you move Soup's flight, to accommodate us?
Please. Well, I'll pick him up.
Mr. DeWitt, what is this changed flight fee? TMA wanted him in a day early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Doug, you can also wager on the division winners. Who do you think they have winning the National League Central?
The Brewers.
That's correct. Have you already seen this?
No, I haven't.
Minus 500. Who do you think is second?
But we're not allowed to say that on 101 because we hate the Brewers.
That's correct.
The station mantra.
That's correct.
Well, since they don't seem to like the Cardinals that much, I'll say that they've got the Cubs second.
Nice. You're starting to pick up the pattern
we're better
of
than
behavior.
Chicago.
Okay.
Cubs are second. They're plus 1,800. And if you think these St. Louis baseball Cardinals will be the winners of the 2026 National League Central, you put $100 down on that. And then on September 27th, right after my 50th birthday celebration / orgy, you will receive $1,500. 15 to 1 on your money.
Okay, that's not bad.
There you go.
They got a chance to do that.
But the question is, what is the number for the Cardinals to make the playoffs? The Cardinals, if they make the playoffs, are plus 172.
Ooh.
To not make the playoffs is minus 225.
Mm-hmm. I'd bet on them making the playoffs.
I think all three y'all would.
Yeah. I bet on them making the playoffs.
How about that?
And I believe my line last week, Tim was watching Sports Final up late, Brendan Weesey, and I said, my line.
If the St. Gabriel guy's on, I watch.
You're required.
Yep.
I said I'd
Reese,
be disappointed
McLaughlin,
if they don't make the playoffs.
Zanaboni.
I think most fans would.
And I'm not saying not in their performance like the team, you let us down, but I'm saying at this point I'm kind of almost expecting it, and I'd be disappointed. I wouldn't say it's a failure or they disappointed their fan base. Personally, just feels like it's possible, and I'm excited about that.
When was the last time a St. Louis-based team let you down, disappointed you?
Blues Winnipeg Jets still rattles around my lower abdomen.
Oh, yeah.
Because the Swarm got it done.
They did. Bickerstaff, Doug Smith, Buck Grimm.
Because the Swarm got it done.
Can't count Mizzou, right?
Was it 2023?
Sure, why not? I count them.
But that's the brand.
Yeah, I count Mizzou.
2023, the Cardinals made the playoffs, right? And lost to the Phillies.
No,
2022. I'd say that was a disappointment.
I just consider that a flaw of the system.
It's
best of 3 series.
Well,
you can take that, turn it sideways, and shove it up there.
Nonetheless, I was still down in the mouth.
I get it. Hey, I get it. Especially considering they were on the precipice of going up 1-0 and being halfway home to winning a playoff series after playing 162 games. Nice system. Well, here's my reasoning for why I would say I wouldn't be disappointed. Not being disappointed is different than wanting it to happen and really hoping it would happen. Here's my reasoning. If we operate on the premise, but I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, that the Los Angeles Dodgers are going to be in the playoffs, and that the Atlanta Braves are going to be in the playoffs, and that the Milwaukee Brewers are going to be in the playoffs, would we be in agreement that we all consider that to be highly likely? Okay. Then at that point, there are 3 spots left. And if you currently look at it, these teams are all a game and a half or less within a wild card spot. The Diamondbacks, Pirates, Marlins, Nationals, Padres, Cubs, Phillies, and Cardinals. For the record, the Reds are 3 back. And when you look at teams like the Phillies, the Cubs, and the Padres in particular, I think their business model is going to be a lot different than the Cardinals' business model when the trade deadline rolls around. In addition, as we just noted, the Cardinal schedule between the end of June and the All-Star break is super difficult. Doesn't mean that they can't win. I'm just making that observation. Hell, they lost 2 or 3 to the Royals, so things happen in the game. And if that then shifts that record downward from where it is at this moment, I think that reduces the likelihood of the organization going out to try to solidify the rotation and or bullpen. And so the Cardinals either stay the same or perhaps trade off Dustin May, Lars Nootbaar, Jojo Romero, take your pick. And so the Cardinals of June 23rd, 2026 would be different than the Cardinals in August of 2026, while those other teams competing for a wild card spot are getting better. So that is my reasoning, and that is why I think I wouldn't be disappointed, even though I know I will be pulling for it to reignite the love between the community and the organization.
Yeah, when I say disappointed, not that it would be a failure in any way, but just I
get want it to happen.
Yeah, I want it to happen. It feels like it's kind of a good time for the franchise to get a little bit of just a sprinkling of October. But I realize it's very possible that it won't happen. But I'm excited about the idea.
What was that?
One more time.
Sorry to disappoint, Doug.
It was Janie the lesbian.
Oh, Janie the lesbian?
Yeah.
I'm going to agree to disagree agreeably.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't know much about this, but the facts don't matter. And here's why.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Social
all.
media.
I was trying to walk you into a drop. I'm sorry. Philly's probably going to be a wild card, Tim. Probably.
Right.
Cubs maybe going to be a walking out. Now it's getting a little crowded.
Now, I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
That's what we needed.
Okay. See? That sums it all up. And is that on a hologram delivering that speech?
Yeah, superimposed onto some Page 6 article.
I think that might be exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Well done, Papers.
Right now in the American League, you got a team like Houston, 6 games under 500, and yet only 3 games out of the playoff spot.
Boy, Major League Baseball. That's like nails on a chalkboard for Tim.
Oh, drives me up the wall. You're welcome to get involved on the program by texting in, by calling in, by emailing in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming up here in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. And, of course, you can talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Martin, you know something about Michael's Bass because they were just at your house.
They were there about a month or so ago, converted the kids' bathroom, and boy, it's unbelievable the conversion they're able to do. And I love the fact Michael's Bass, that's all they do, bathrooms. They can convert it and make it look brand new. It changes the feel of the entire home. It really does. We talked about it for years. Finally said, let's sit down with some folks who know what they're doing, and when they come out and draw up the plan, it's not a salesperson, it's a former installer, so they can explain every detail, things you wouldn't even think of. All of a sudden, you've got a brand new bathroom, and it's reasonably priced. A lot of folks get scared away. When you deal with Michael's Bass, you're not only getting 30 years of experience, all those 5-star reviews, but it's just a great experience from top to bottom, family-owned. Michael started it. His daughter answers the phone. So when you call 636-775-0800, you'll be talking to a family member. michaelsbass.com is the website. I can tell you firsthand, it just changes the feel of the entire home. Talk to the folks at Michael's Bass, and if you're in the ESPN 101 ESPN listening area, they will come to you. 636-775-0800, whether you just want to rip out that tub, put in a full walk-in shower, or do a little high-end remodel, whatever you have in mind, they've got a budget for you, financing options available as well. VA certified, everything you need with that bath. Make it fresh. Hit the refresh button on your home. We absolutely love it. 636-775-0800. Find out what Michael's Bass can do for you.
Doug, how curious would you be to hear about a former Cardinal returning to town to help the 2026 St. Louis Cardinals.
Well, sure.
Well, who would that be? You're going to hear from a baseball writer who says he has the idea and thinks this player would love to return to St. Louis. We'll have that for you coming up on the Polos Plus dossier, in addition to the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore with FanDuel's Super Sub. If your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. Now, Jackie Papers, you hit yesterday. What was your play that hit?
I hit on France and Senegal. No, Norway and Senegal to have both teams score, and then France and Iraq to only have one team score hit.
How about that, Doug?
Wow, there's a lot going on, but you're right. France pitches the shutout before and after the rain, and then Senegal, Norway combined for 5.
Yeah, 3-2 finish there.
And that paid like plus 183 if memory serves.
Wow.
Martin, what play do you have?
Well, this is dangerous, following up Cowboy Papers when it comes to the World Cup. But I'm England, Ghana. You can see that 3 o'clock on the old 2 Fox. I'm going to take the over. They've got a 3.5 over-under. Maybe Kane gets a brace. I'm going to go over on the England-Ghana match.
Here it is. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Welcome back to the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filtering emails for our upcoming Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, and the phone calls and the Collier and Thompson phone lines. And Doug, look on your right, making a glorious return to this presentation from Brown and Crouppen. It's Ed Hermann.
Oh, Ed Hermann.
Celebrating New York Knicks.
Yeah, I'm here solo. I'm actually filling in for Brody this week. Yeah, for a long time he was filling in for me or filling in for Andy, and then he just took the thing over. And now he called me up. He said, Dad, I'm going to be in Florida this week. You're going to have to cover TMA for me.
How about that?
And I said, well, there you go.
So
I guess
you're
I'll do
making
it.
a glorious return.
It's a glorious return.
The tables have turned. Yeah. I was like, does Ed not like us anymore? You get it doesn't matter how old you are, you get like immature. Like, maybe Ed's mad at us.
No, you know what? Honestly, Andy and I have both been enormously busy. There's just so much going on at the firm and so much going on in the industry. And I've been on the road virtually nonstop the last couple of months, just city after city for conferences, meetings, and what have you. There's a lot going on.
We were talking off air. You watched the famous Game 4 that they'll probably do a 30 for 30. Actually, I just saw Ben Stiller's doing a whole New York Knicks documentary.
I think he was planning that all along because he was taking a lot of footage.
Is that right?
Yeah, throughout
on his cell phone, right?
Throughout all the games, and at the end of every game, he'd kind of go out onto the court and get footage and talk to some people. So I think he's going to wind up having a pretty intimate documentary when it's done, whatever it's going to be.
I love those things, man. I love those in general, even if I don't have an emotional attachment like you do to the Knicks, but I'll love watching it.
No, I mean, I don't. If you're a sports fan, I think we watch sport ultimately because we want to see something that you've never seen before, and you want it to be real. So. Yeah. When they were down by 29 points and statistically only had a chance of like less than 0.5% chance of winning, I think then when you see it happen, I think it gives everybody hope. Whatever you're dealing with in your own life, you think, well, there's always hope. There's a little, you just need a little bit.
As long as you can hit 3-pointers.
Hey, you know what? 3-pointers in your life might look very different than they do on the basketball court, but that's 3-pointers nonetheless.
And this is one of the few times in my life where the country wasn't rooting against the New York team. It seemed like there was a vibe. Oh, what a good story.
I think that's true, and I think it's because the Knicks hadn't won in 53 years, and it, like we had said in the break, I think it's very rare that anything associated with New York also gets to be an underdog. So often, they're just seen as the dominant force. So the combination of getting New York, but also being an underdog was just enough, I think, for everybody, maybe outside of San Antonio, to rally around. It was nice.
I enjoyed watching the fun. And Papers, San Antonio, had it been Oklahoma City, do we think they dodged a bullet there, but the Spurs are up. We could have a rematch next year.
It's possible. And I mean, look, San Antonio was very impressive in that series against Oklahoma. I usually don't watch that much basketball, but because the Knicks had survived so long, I took a little bit more interest in sort of the scouting element there. I thought they were amazing. And I mean, that Wembanyama guy, you say what you will, and he still has some maturing to do. I don't see anybody that's going to dominate the game the way that he has the chance to dominate it over the next 5 years. I mean, to have a guy that tall who can shoot from the outside, I've just never seen anything like it.
Over your years of being the presenting sponsor on this program, we've had many conversations about the Cardinals. And since we haven't seen you in a few months, what has transpired here through the first, I think it's 76 games where they're 42-34.
Yeah, that's amazing.
What a pleasant surprise. But in addition to that, we're sensing around the area that people are starting to get back into them. They like watching this team
Absolutely.
play.
Well, first of all, I think when you're watching a lot of homegrown players, it's always exciting. Yeah. Because you get vested in these guys' careers. You feel like you've been hearing about them from when they were in the minors. Then they finally get here, and then they start having impact. The big complaint about the Cardinals the last year or two was that they didn't seem to have any impact players. They had guys that were either veterans at the end of their career or a lot of young guys that hadn't really established themselves, but you just didn't get the guys in their prime. And I think this year what you're seeing is a legitimate impact from a Jordan Walker, finally. Legitimate impact from Alec Burleson. These guys they're impact players right now. Any lineup would be better with those guys in it, and that's something you couldn't have said. The last year or two, did we have anybody that you would have said any lineup in baseball would be better if they had this guy in it? Now we can say that about a couple of guys.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Maybe Weatherholt also.
Yeah, Weatherholt, I think, is a good example of about time one of our prospects actually is strong right out of the gate. Like, that's another thing the Cardinals haven't really had in a while. Some of the other teams in baseball have experienced that, like that Jacob Mizrowski with the Milwaukee, or Paul Skeens with the Pirates, these guys who come in and immediately make the impact. We haven't had that, but now with JJ, I feel like we are having a guy who, does he have 12 homers already?
Yep.
I mean, that's
heavy
from a second
favorite to be the
baseman.
rookie of the year, by the way.
I mean, yeah. The guy, you have a second baseman who hits 25 homers potentially in his rookie year. I mean, now you're talking about
Gold Glove caliber defense.
You're talking Ryan Sandberg.
Yeah. So you like the Cardinals over the Yankees in the World Series?
Wow.
No. I can't say that. I will say I do like this Yankee team very much. I think it's the best team they've put out in a long time, and I think demonstrated mostly through how well they've done without Aaron Judge and without Garrett Cole for most of the year. He's back now, and Max Fried. Last year, Max Fried was their best pitcher. And he's been gone almost the whole year. And obviously their best hitter was Aaron Judge. And he's now been gone for, a couple of weeks and is going to be gone for a long time. And yet the team continues to show depth. They're scoring a lot of runs and not relying on just the home run. And they have the best rotation in baseball. And then they will continue to. I mean,
but they've lost 3 in a row, longest losing streak in baseball. Feels like they're falling apart.
Yeah, that's the season. It's a marathon. Yeah. You ebb and you flow, but they're sitting comfortably in first place with the best record in the American League. So, no, I think they're in good shape. I still have a hard time believing that the best team isn't going to come out of the National League. They just seem to be dominating this year.
I feel like with Ed, we always do big picture deep dives. Okay?
I like big picture deep dives.
So baseball, by all measures, attendance, ratings, revenue, things are trending up, and yet it's all kind of about to go over the cliff here.
Yeah, it can. I hope it doesn't, but I think there are a lot of people that think that major economic changes need to come to the game. And from what I've heard, they're changing the draft tremendously in terms of the number of rounds and when you become eligible.
That's
and
about not having high school kids.
Well, they're pulling a lot. Well, I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to prep the off season by getting the Players Association to agree to a lot of moves that will take money away from people that are not currently in the union because they're not, major league players yet. They're a draft, it's easier to get people to agree to things that don't affect them directly. And what that's going to do is it's going to take money out of the draft pool and presumably make more money available for whatever they're planning to negotiate at this next stage. And you can get Major League ball players to vote for things that basically screw people that are not in the game yet.
Right.
That's an easy one to vote for, I think. So I think you're going to see a lot of those things in preparation for what could be a nasty negotiation.
And do you think, we know they're not going to agree to it, the players, right? They're not going to agree to any form of a cap. Do you think there's any good? You've been in the middle of bar. Do you think how do you get each side to kind of trust the other side because they hate each other?
Just so you know, I'm completely opposed to a salary cap in baseball.
You've always been vocal.
But I'm going to put that aside for a second and say, but if we were going to have a salary cap, here's the way I would do it to sell it to both sides. The biggest concern with the players' union is they don't want to take money out of the game. And if you cap it, they think that means less money for them. And so I understand that. So I think the first thing you need to do is find out exactly how much money was spent in total payroll across all 30 teams. Get a total aggregate number and say, listen, we're going to guarantee that the way we do the math of this doesn't reduce the total number of spend, but it starts with a reallocation. And I think you have to have a floor if you're going to have a cap. And I think you just run the ratios and basically say the starting position is the same amount of money that was spent in the game last year is going to be spent in the game this next year. But we're going to have to divert this. So you're either going to have a floor and then a ceiling is going to have to be something like 2.5x of whatever the floor is. So in the old days, if the floor was $100 million payroll, then the top payroll would be 250. I think the floor is probably going to have to be something closer to 150 given where the current economics of the game are. Mm-hmm. So then you can run the math of that and do it. I also think you have to do it in a way that nobody is at the cap right now. You can't force teams to start, having to...
Going backwards.
Listen, they have contracts. So you're going to have to do it in a way that allows for it. I personally think that maybe the first step is just getting rid of, not to say you can't pay money deferred. I don't have a problem with the deferred contract in terms of when you pay it, but how it counts against your payroll and how it counts against the luxury tax. it shouldn't matter when it's being paid. It should matter when it's being earned.
Yeah.
Like the Dodgers math.
Right. I think that what the Dodgers have ruined this, not because they've spent so much, but because they're not being charged for what they've actually put on the field.
Deferred money.
Yeah. Shohei Ohtani is getting an average value of $70 million a year. $70 million is what should be put on their payroll for the purposes of calculating luxury tax. And it's not. That's a problem. I don't see how anybody can look at that and not immediately say that doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't be when the money is paid. It should be when the money is earned.
But isn't that the central issue? The owners are not necessarily on the same page, and yet they've got to combine to go against the players. But I think the owners feel like, well, what works for you, Steve Cohen, doesn't work for me in Cleveland. I don't think they're on the same page.
They can't be, because there's two types of owners. There's owners that view their team as a business and they want to make a profit. And there are owners who are like, no, I made my profit on my original business. This is now my passion and my hobby, and I'm doing this because I want to win championships. You think Stephen Cohen gives a rat's butt at the Mets earn a nickel? The guy's the richest owner in all of sports. He doesn't care if they make a nickel. He wants to get a title. So, when you have two different types of owners, you're not going to have agreement.
But that's going to be a problem for them, I think.
You know what? You could fix that with more revenue sharing. Thing is, I don't think that the teams would necessarily mind a little bit more revenue sharing if it was accompanied with a higher floor. I don't think that they want to share revenue so that wealthy billionaires can put money in their pocket and have profit. If they're putting that money on the field as part of their product or using that money to keep prices reasonable for fans, I think people would be much more comfortable
You're saying
with more
players
revenue
accepting
sharing.
the revenue sharing.
I think everybody, just the game.
I'm
The
kind of
game
surprised with the
accepting it.
Dodgers and Mets and Yankees really want to do where they'd have to be in it for the right thing, like the good of the whole league, because if I'm the Dodgers, why do I want to share my revenue with all of you?
Well, because there are certain things you have to do for the greater part of the game.
Right.
I mean, listen.
It just surprises me that they would. I agree.
Why not? I pay my taxes, and I listen. I'm like everybody else. I want them to be, spent wisely, but I make good money and I pay a lot in taxes, and way more than most people do, and I don't mind because I feel like it's for the greater good. If you want a greater society, you pay your fair share and you spend it on the right things, and you have a better society. You want a better baseball league? Same thing?
No, I agree with that. I think it'd be a wonderful result. I'm just wondering how they get the Dodgers or the Yankees and the Mets say, sure, sounds good to us.
And when you pay your personal taxes, if you don't, you go to jail. The Dodgers aren't going to go to jail if they don't
Maybe they
agree to
should.
this.
There you go, Doug. There's a proposal.
Throw them in jail.
I don't know. You don't know that many people that are in jail for not paying their taxes.
But you
That's because they know Mark Milton, Doug.
You could possibly do that. Yeah, Mark
I'm
Milton
just
takes
saying,
care of them all. Right now, the Dodgers payroll, I see $421 million, and the lowest.
And that's not accurate.
The lowest is Miami at 82. That's a pretty big disparity.
It's
But
enormous.
if you were to start saying we can't have a salary cap, or we should start the salary cap at what the Dodgers are paying now, $421, I don't know that these other teams would ever catch up to that.
Well, they would, though, with revenue sharing. I mean, they wouldn't catch up to $421, but the point of a salary cap isn't so that everybody has the exact same amount. It just that sets a maximum to maintain a competitive balance. I mean, there are always going to be teams that are well under the cap.
What's your level of optimism that we avoid a lockout?
I think it's 50-50. And the only reason I think it's 50-50 is, to your earlier point, the game is making so much money right now. Everybody is doing really well. The popularity is there. And I think underneath everything, people recognize, don't kill the golden goose. We got a golden goose right now. You don't kill a golden goose.
They had a poll on The Athletic last week, Ed. 87% of the players expected a lockout.
Yeah. Well, a lot of that, too, is posturing, too.
Yeah.
Remember, they're being encouraged by the union to exert as much pressure on ownership as possible. In order to do that, whether you believe it in your heart or not, it only works if they believe in their heart that you're prepared to either be locked out or to go on strike. Either way. But if one side doesn't believe the other side is credible, the negotiation is over.
Right. Yeah.
It's like everything.
And the money behind, for the players, they get paid April to October. So when they're not getting paid in November, December, that's normal. But by about February, March, okay, all right, let's go. We got to get, like, when it gets close to missing paychecks, then they may be more motivated.
Well, of course, but that's how the leverage in these things works. That's why you wonder and you say to yourself, geez, why aren't they already negotiating now? Like, why wait until because you know that until something gets close to a deadline, you're not going to get the biggest fight. That's the reason why court cases so often settle on the courthouse steps. You hear that expression, it's settled on the courthouse steps. That happens because both sides are using all of their leverage, everything they can do, and calling each other's bluff. And it's not until one side blinks, and usually that blinking, it's like a game of chicken.
Yeah.
Like nobody swerves when you're still a mile away.
Right.
You swerve at the last second. So it doesn't really matter when they start the negotiation. It's always going to go right up to the 11th hour. And then sometimes, just like with government shutdowns, sometimes one side has to call the other bluff to remind the other side that it wasn't a bluff.
Yeah.
And it's not just credibility in this negotiation. The reason why they have credibility now is because they've done it before. Players have gone on strike. Owners have caused lockouts. That's the reason, why you feel that it could actually happen.
Yeah, I agree.
Do the majority of cases, they do get decided, right? Because in the movies, we've got Paul Newman. We're in the courtroom.
Oh, the verdict.
I love the verdict.
Is that the best lawyer? What's the best? Probably To Kill a Mockingbird. But what are the best lawyer movies?
My Cousin Vinny is probably the best. It's probably the most accurate in terms of court. It is. in terms of court procedure. They got more right in that movie than just about any other legal movie you're going to see. But there's a lot of great ones. I love the ones that really show things, I think, the way that scarily they are, like Rainmaker with Matt Damon.
Oh, sure.
Grisham?
It was, it's a Grisham. John Voight. It was in that as the defense attorney and a real bastard of a defense attorney. But honestly, almost everything in that movie, I thought, that's the closest to our industry. That's literally what I feel like we're generally up against, is what you see there. Insurance companies who do everything they can to escape payment. Yeah. And that's mostly what we do.
How about that?
Yeah, we hold people to task, man.
Brown and Crouppen, that's where you go. GetBC.com or call 314-222-2222, and that's where you can talk it over with Ed and his team at Brown and Crouppen. It is wonderful to see you again and to talk. I like these big picture deep dives.
Listen, I'll come in once in a while.
Yeah,
when Brody allows you in.
Yeah, when he's traveling, when he needs a break.
Boy, he's a wealth of information.
He's the most divisive figure you've ever had in the history of this show. When he's on, man,
Iggy Strode was like a word.
Yeah, Iggy'd be live.
But you know what though, Brody handles it well because they rip him to shreds on Facebook, and he sees all of it. He doesn't care. He's always, his attitude is that because he's a wrestling guy. So his whole attitude is
stir it up.
If they love me, that's great, and if they hate me, that's great. Anything in between is unacceptable because then you're not memorable.
That's right.
If you don't stand out in media, you don't survive. So whether you're a heel or a baby face in the wrestling world, that's all people care about. One end or the other, the extremes. In the middle, you're nothing. Yeah. So
there is true.
I thought Ed left because he was reading the YouTube chat, and he got. I thought we sidetracked you with the stupid.
Oh no,
not stupid, but
listen.
Running.
Martin's called the YouTube chat stupid.
Running commentary. Someone that said stupid.
I have absolutely no problem with people voicing their opinion. They can have it, and if they find community with their opinion and it makes them feel good, they can do that and have fun with it. Brody certainly doesn't care about that. He's a thick-skinned young lad.
We all take our shots here.
But it doesn't. That's what it's there for.
Jackson doesn't really take many shots.
It's there to create community.
He's rapping me because I'm talking the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. I love the YouTube chat. It was just I didn't want Ed to be sideways with stupid comments. That's all. Just to clarify, Tim, let's take a break.
Yeah, Ed, great to see you, man.
Yeah. Take care, guys.
Ed Hermann, Brown and Crouppen. We'll take a break. This is TMA. It's TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Martin called it stupid.
Well, then now they're calling me stupid. Martin, you're an idiot. Martin, you're an idiot. Martin, you're stupid. And then somebody said, Martin, are you having a stroke? That's a great question.
100 West Dental, longtime TMA sponsor, and now going well beyond just dentistry. Dr. Brandon Pryor from 100 West Dental can help you out if you're having sleep problems. Man, if you're having sleep problems, I feel terribly for you. It is the worst. Because I used to have it myself, and you wake up in the middle of the night and you know you're doomed because you are going to feel awful and just out of it all day. Well, imagine if it could get tended to. And if you are dealing with CPAP, with sleep apnea, you can get it done without a CPAP. That's where Dr. Brandon Pryor comes in at 100 West Dental. Go to 100westdental.com. Dr. Pryor's offices, which I go to, are located on Manchester in Baldwin. At least go get checked because bad sleep catches up with you. Visit 100westdental.com and go see Dr. Pryor. Book your complimentary sleep apnea treatment consult online. Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental. Doug, I deep teased this. Here is Bob Nightingale about a possible Cardinal reunion. Take a listen to this.
Okay. At the labor pail.
The Red Sox and how this Sonny Gray kind of public, open to things changes anything.
Yeah, I think it'd be, great for Gray too, because I think, for him to pitch back in the playoffs, I think it would mean a lot to him. I'm sure he'd love to get traded back to St. Louis for that matter. I think, obviously if there's no trade, I think he would love to go to Atlanta. And I think it'd fit right in perfectly with that whole clubhouse culture and everything else. I think Sonny Gray would be very comfortable there. So if I had to pick one spot, I know we talked about Scuba before, but how about Sonny Gray? And I don't think it would cost that much to get him. And obviously those teams have done a lot of deals before. I'm sure Boston, will love to say, we already gave you Chris Hill. How about Sonny Gray? But we need some more back in return this time. You plead us once. Let's see if we can make up for it.
Sonny Gray, for the record this year, has a 3.12 ERA and a 1.18 WHIP with an 8-1 record for the Boston Red Sox.
That's a very good record for a team that's really doing nothing. I mean, what are they, 14 under 500, and he's 8-1 on the year? He's about all they got going right.
Cardinals receive lefty Brandon Clark and War Eagle Richard Fitz in exchange for Sonny Gray this past night.
I don't think he's coming back to St. Louis. I think Nightingale said he would like it. Sonny Gray might like it. Can you imagine the Red Sox fans? Wait a minute. Now, we gave them the two pitchers. Now we're giving him back.
Everything's just wet.
Yeah, I can't see that. I don't think that happening at all.
Here.
No, thank you. That's from Doug's prison wallet.
Well, he would certainly help, but what are you going to give back more prospects? That was the whole purpose of getting younger, wasn't it? To get out from under some of the big contracts of the older guys.
Why is the producer of this show providing audio of a guy just throwing darts at a wall of where he'd like to see the player go? That's from Steve at Time of the
This one's
Time.
really on Jackson. Yeah. It really is.
I'll eat this one.
Would you like to apologize to the Brothers Time?
Absolutely not.
No. That's what Norman Dale said at the town hall when Jimmy Chitwood decided he would play, but he would only play if Coach stays.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. I apologize for nothing. Gene Hackman.
Jimmy Chitwood, bad teammate.
Why?
Is that a dangerous
Give it to me. I'll
No,
make it.
That's that's accepted.
Why was he a bad teammate?
Communication zero. Ball hog.
He was the best player they had.
Yeah, no doubt. But, work the ball around a little bit. And then, makes a big scene of it to come back and play. He would
have loved Instagram. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's a self-promoter. Yeah.
And self-promoters are what?
Janky.
Doug, how about that?
Okay.
Established.
He did hit the big shot.
Yeah, he did. Again, coach calls for it to go to someone else. No. The first time he's talked in months. No, I'll make it.
But wasn't that okay if it's Michael Jordan?
Yeah, good to win in. Otherwise, I would have ran him.
Oh, gosh. The season would have been over.
Yeah, he missed all the conditioning, too, and all the tough parts of practices. He came in when the getting was good.
Ollie grinded through it.
Damn right he did.
And he came through when
hit those two shots of the two stripe.
Yeah. Was he shooting underhand?
Oh, yeah, granny style. Big
a lot of people did back then.
Ollie.
A lot of them did.
Did you ever toy with that?
But Wilt Chamberlain did.
Yeah, Rick Barry famously.
Late in his career, he did not. But a lot of them did. It's weird that they did.
Yeah, it's you kind of have to check your pride at the door if you're going to shoot
All right,
granny
papers,
style.
Cowboy Papers. Rick Barry's career free throw percentage, granny style.
92.
89.3.
Okay.
That's why they did it.
Pretty damn good. Hey, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here in a matter of moments on the program. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. In a blockbuster trade, the Miami Heat land Giannis Antetokounmpo as they send over Tyler Hero and a number of other players and picks for the Superstar Center. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
All right, Doug, you want it? You got it. It's the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Hey, thanks for the May Listener of the Month honors. Quick question. Is the prize pack mailed for it, or do I swing by to pick it up? That's from Greg, a.k.a. the TMA Troubadour.
You know we don't have stamps. We just don't. So
we don't have a prize pack.
Yeah, there's a chance you're going to get nothing.
Form Energy prize pack.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that new?
Well, you guys are locked in. Left side of the infield here.
Hey, Chairman, thought you might like this. It calls out Navy caps. It looks like a song has been sent in. Is this accurate? We have audio in there? It didn't make the cut. Am I in the wrong file? I'm in the wrong file.
The first thing you read, I'm like, I know I didn't put that in there.
I was in the wrong file.
3, 2, 1.
And in van 2, 1.
Okay.
Top of the morning radio harlots.
That's more like it.
Now I know I'm in the right
Is this from a year ago?
Great to be back in St. Louis this weekend, and by great I mean genuinely depressing. First off, I didn't even receive my 2-for-1 beratement at Hoosierville Regional. However, they did make up for it with a send-off berating where a woman who could play linebacker for the Packers pinned her ears back and began charging our vehicle like Iggy when he sees a D-list celebrity. Anyway, if you drive through the strait of gunfire that is I-170, you will receive a clear visual of the problem with our Mound City. In a span of 20 yards, you will enter Charlac, Sycamore Hills, and then re-enter Charlac.
True.
Who the hell designed this place?
It's just a curve in the highway there.
Be careful out there, folks. It appeared last night that the Ayatollah of Bell Ridge had mined the strait with used mattresses and shredded tires. I would expect most cities to have cleaned all that up by now, but, well, I'll leave that to your imagination. Screw Chuck Todd, and why do all the bars at the airport close at 9 when flights take off well past midnight? That's from Jugs, and he's in D.C. Doug, he's our capital correspondent.
In D.C.
He also monitors the Atlantic 10. Morning Bottoms, many times in the past 15 years or so, I have emailed into this fine program. And very few times my work has been read aloud to the dais. I ask myself, why do I do this? Is it just to get a small giggle or possibly even a bit of acknowledgement to prove my worth to this cretin society? Yes. And though the majority of the time my pennings are not shared over these airwaves, I continue to try. I must admit, many times, I feel as though my literature is better than those that are read to the tens of listeners. However, I have finally realized that to be in the company of the greats, I must be better, and I will be better. Thoughts? That's from Burning Drip Mushroom Tip.
Okay, Burning Drip Mushroom Tip.
Strode's the type of prison yard where listeners feel free to drop in at any time and sit on Strode's favorite prison bench while watching Strode reconnect with the nice lady who once vomited in his slop sink following the more popular MMF. Naturally, Strode didn't think it was creepy that TMA Kiss Ass #1 stalked him and Katie Cook's coffee date from Strode's own patio because it allowed Iggy to casually confess his own drive-by stalking of Daniel LaRusso. Let's say you went to Brown and you have so little going on in your life that you spend your days watching videos of a 7-year-old boy breaking down the World Cup and harassing some indie film director to be on your podcast so you can beg him for a role in his movie. Fortunately or unfortunately, said indie film director didn't have the hashtag bandwidth to appear on Strode's Only Stans Patreon with his dozens of subscribers. So we won't get to hear Strode explain how he was once cast in Hanging It with Hito, but missed out on the part when he chose to sleep in on the day of the shoot before workshopping a cuckold scene into his Ralph Macchio romantic comedy like he's George Costanza pitching cheer script ideas to George Wendt. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, The Recessed Lady's Breast.
Buck Swope.
Tim should sue Kurt Hennig's estate because after today, he proved to the world he is the real Mr. Perfect. Story time, Sunday, June 21st, 2026, 1000 Airport Boulevard, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Berg Sports Bar. I noticed him immediately. He was hopping mad at the golf match wasn't on. And then it got tense. Die Hard was on the telly. He was like, he's right, you know, when you get to your hotel, take off your shoes and socks and then walk around on the rug barefoot and make fists with your toes. As I grinned, he said, I'll show you. Then he sat down on his mega pint Arnold Palmer, yanked off his khakis and thrust his bare feet smack dab in my inguinal region. Inguinal.
Inguinal? Inguinal.
What region is that, boy?
That's the groin. It's like groin, like where you get it. They call it inguinal hernias.
And that's where you thrust your feet?
Well, I don't know.
Just reading what's sent in.
Okay.
I was immediately dizzy with all the blood rushing to that region of my body, and that is the story of my first non-penetrative sexual act experience.
Okay, we didn't need to know that.
Nice, though.
That's from a guy, Ice, like Ice Cube and Ice T.
It's Kevin Miller, right?
I don't know. The last name is Wallow.
Wallow, okay.
Is that Dutch?
It sounds like it could be.
I think everyone has given Jake Reynolds too much grief for sitting alone on Iggy's stoop in the pouring rain for hours.
Is that part of the next email? Or
Yes,
this one?
we
The
moved
next
on.
one. Okay, we moved on from Kevin Miller to this one. All right.
I think everyone is giving Jake Reynolds too much grief for sitting alone on Iggy's stoop in the pouring rain for hours and hours, hoping for a glimpse of his internet folklore hero before accidentally witnessing Iggy and Katie Cuck embracing. You want fans like that. It means they care. In fact, I've been living in a cardboard box beneath the bird entrance to Iggy's half-bed, half-bath apartment for months now. It started shortly before Monique, the make-believe Instacart driver who forgot his cookies, came over for their first date. Through the paper-thin walls, I listened as they spent 4 hours on the couch cushions Jackson left behind after receiving his first paycheck in savings.
Just one paycheck will get you out of there.
Freed me up.
Watching the Kevin Hart roast and discussing her future as the First Lady of TMA last-minute subsidized housing. I remember them laughing about how Jackson's buddy's oatmeal and soup can briefly inherited the residence after a triumphant evening at Bar 101. But everyone knew they were just caretakers. Monique was not interested in ownership. She wanted legacy. And for one magical evening, she thought she had it. Anyways, nothing wrong with spending a couple late nights secretly staking out the residencies of AM radio hosts you don't really know. That's what makes the program so special. Doug, that's from Mark, and he's at Mark's Mulch and Bra Emporium. Give me a break. Give me a break. Break me off a piece of that mulch and bra.
Oh. Mark's Mulch and Bra Emporium.
Podcasts are the gravestones in this internet age. Don't worry, I'll explain. Everyone and everything is so connected now, it's easy to feel teeny tiny in this world, easy to feel like you don't mean anything. So how do we acquire this meaning? That's right, you get an RSS feed. We all die, and what will be left of us? Some would say children. Others would say your takes on Toy Story 5. But in the end, it's nothing more than one's own inscription on wood. Brooks was here. Having said all that, I'd like to plug my new program, Prodding and Potting, where I bring on a host of different pre-revenue podcasts every week to talk shop. Like and subscribe. Thanks. That's from the Poor Film Student.
The Poor Film Student.
And finally, Daniel's son, Beware the Orange One. Thanks, and Anyong. That's from #1 Asian intern Brian Henshin, the Mr. Miyagi of this here radio show. And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. We shall vote and announce the winner at 10:55, and then BK and Ferrario will take over at the top of the hour. Martin is headed to onboarding. We're headed into the 10 o'clock hour, even though it's 10:23. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back to the morning after 101 ESPN. 10 o'clock hour is brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding into the dais when Martin goes to onboarding. Little Jackie Papers loved that rascal puff. Doug, there was a play out there that a number of people were making yesterday, and they got paid. Do you know what that play was?
No, I don't know.
It involved the World Cup. Jackson, do you know what that play was?
Erling Haaland to score a goal.
And? It was a parlay.
It was probably Messi, Mbappe, and Haaland to score.
Yep.
And that would have paid handsomely.
That's correct. And you know what would have paid even more handsomely?
If you would have said to score 2.
That's right.
Yeah.
Somebody in one of the group texts them in, made that play. It paid plus 88.75.
Jesus.
And I got to tell you, if you're paying in a little attention, that wasn't necessarily that ridiculous for it to happen.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I mean, the way that those guys have been playing and the positions they play certainly would lead to...
And who they were playing against?
Yeah.
Doug, so now with Erling Haaland and Norway getting the win, they advance, and he talked it over following the game and assessed his team's chances against the French.
Okay.
Up next is France and the likes of Kylian Mbappe. How big a challenge is that going to be for Norway? You guys in flying form, can't wait for it.
Honestly, I don't care too much now. We're through. We managed to get through, which is incredible. So I couldn't care too much about that game now. They're probably going to win against us. They're probably going to win the whole tournament.
Really? That's not what you're supposed to say.
How would it play if Ali Marmol were to say that?
Yeah.
Much less the best player you've got saying that. They're probably going to win.
But at the same time, if they win or lose, they're still through. You know, it doesn't matter. So
they have a dead rubber?
Yeah, I believe. I don't.
Doug, they have a dead rubber?
It could affect,
I don't know who's
It
rubbering.
might affect France. I'm not sure.
Parlez-vous français?
I can't imagine because they've won both their games,
France
too.
has won both theirs. Norway's won both theirs.
I think
so it
they're
sounds
both
like another
through.
dead rubber.
I think
So, Doug, how many dead rubbers do we have in this World Cup?
Too many. It's not
you
a
don't
great...
like a system where there's dead rubbers.
No, it's not a great setup if you're playing all these meaningless games. Doesn't make any sense at all, does it?
Jackson checking on the status of how many dead rubbers there are.
Okay. Maybe the tiebreakers should be how many goals you score so teams continue to play
The
real
goal
hard.
differential is tiebreaker. But I don't know if it's going to matter because both France and Norway have won both their games. No draws, just wins. Whereas Senegal and Iraq have both lost their games, so I don't think it will matter. But I'm not sure. Checking on it.
Well, I'm not a fan of dead rubbers.
But Leo Messi also scored a brace. So your 3 rock stars who all play on the same day all performed. Kylian Mbappe's first goal was filthy. I mean, just unbelievable.
Boy, was it ever.
That was awesome.
I mean, just a missile.
He's so good. He's going to break Messi's record of World Cup goals, and he's
28.
Yeah, 27. Not
27.
Even 28
He
yet.
turned 28 like this week or something.
I think his birthday is coming up.
Let's see. Hold on a second here. Somebody just sent in a screenshot that Darren Ravel posted on the Twitter tweets, Doug. Here is the bet. Player to score 2 or more goals. Lionel Messi, check. That was paying plus 650. Kylian Mbappe to score 2 or more goals yesterday in the France versus Iraq game. That hit. That was plus 300. Erling Haaland to score 2 or more goals was playing plus 750 for the Norway versus Senegal game. And then finishing it off, player to score 2 or more goals, Harry Kane for England versus Ghana. That is taking place today at 3 o'clock Central Time. The payoff on that $500 wager for a gentleman is $796,750. Doug, why don't we bet?
Is it too late?
Well, 3 of the games are completed, but we can maybe find a book that would accept it.
Yeah, now's the time to get that in.
Like Biff Tannen. Was that Back to the Future 2?
I don't know what it was.
There actually is something to play for because you want to win the group. If you win the group, you have the path of either Sweden, Germany, Morocco, or Netherlands, and then Spain in the semis. If you finish second in the group, your first game could either be Ivory Coast, Brazil, England, or Argentina. Much tougher opponents there in the second. So winning the game would actually be important. So I don't know if Holland was aware of that.
Messi also scored his second goal in the last minute of the match after missing a PK earlier in the match. That's from Steven time.
Yeah, he scored 5 minutes into stoppage time. Messi's still so good. It's crazy. He's going to be 40 here soon.
With Mbappe in the form he's in, France should win it all with no problem. That's from Mahomes' long body, Doug.
Well, that's apparently what they think in Norway, which is kind of odd for the star player to say, they'll beat us.
What if Drake said that? Well, we got to go down to Athens. They'll probably beat us. Hell, they'll probably win the whole thing. How would that play on Tiger Board?
It's hard to argue the logic, but still, it's not really what your team wants to hear.
Jackson was doing his genetic stereotyping that he does with the Irish people with regard to the Scandinavians during a commercial break, Jackson, and you were saying that Scandinavian countries are known for bluntness and not enjoying platitudes? I'd never heard that.
From my experience, a more blunt people.
My experience is limited with the Scandinavians has been in the World Series of Poker, and all I know is they like to 3-bet and then 5-bet you pre-flop. And perhaps a lot of Adderall and headphones. That's my experience, but maybe that's a small sample size.
And I'm not trying to, make a blanket statement about an entire region of the world, but from my experience,
historically in broadcasting, that gets you a raise.
Certainly, or the first class ticket to the bread line. But from my experience, Scandinavian people, Swedish, Norwegian, Finnish, pretty blunt. You're not necessarily there to. The bedside manner might not be all there, but it can be appreciated.
Could it be just one flippant remark from a guy who didn't know that this particular soundbite was going to go all over the world?
But I will say he is he's pretty personable, and he plays in England, and I think he's got a little bit more character to him.
Okay.
So it was a little surprising to hear that, but he's so fun to watch.
Holland is a giant goal-scoring machine with the mind of an 8-year-old. That's from your mom's lesbian lover. France currently plus 400 to win the whole thing. Spain plus 500. England plus 600. Argentina, or as Doug calls them, Argentina, plus 650. Ronaldo's Portugal team and all of the headlines of controversy there, plus 1,100. Brazil plus 1,200. Doug, we still got a couple more before we get to these United States of America. Okay. Germany plus 1,300, Netherlands plus 1,700, and then Norway, Erling Haaland's squad that he doesn't like their chances, plus 3,000. Then we get to these United States of America, Jack, plus 3,300. The number has gotten longer on the U.S. I wonder why that is. Substantially, too, because weren't they at plus 2,200 last time we looked at this?
I think so.
The hell happened?
Yeah, man.
Maybe they really like the way the other teams are playing. Maybe it's not a U.S. thing. It's the other teams look so good.
Yeah. Well, when you watch like France and Spain and Argentina and Brazil play, it's like, man, that is it's an efficient game of soccer they play.
Why do you hate Norsemen, Jackson? That's from Doug's prison wallet.
I've said before, I think I need to go to Scandinavia quickly because I would fit in. I think to be like, hello, brother, because of my appearance. So I long to go up north.
Do you like the Viking row?
Yeah, I've said on the show that I recently did a pretty big deep dive into the Viking conquests and found it quite interesting. I don't know if I'd love the cuisine. Seems like a lot of salted fish.
Ronaldo and Kane to get 2 goals each today is plus 1,242. Jackson, you want to make that
I don't
play?
want to bet on Cristiano Ronaldo to do anything. Now, Harry Kane, one of the best finishers in the world, I'm into, but...
Ronaldo, you think is overrated or kind of done? He's only got 1 goal so far.
Generally ineffective, I would say, would be his issue at the moment.
Tim Howard said it's impossible for the U.S. to win. That's why their odds grew. That's from Mahomes' long body.
You think it was Tim Howard's commentary? I doubt that.
The USA forecasted bracket and route has changed quite a bit. Stephen Time says that's the reason for the increase in the odds.
Gotcha, because I know Bosnia was looking like it was going to be the likely candidate, but I'm not sure of where things stand. I know it's Group A or Group G that you're looking at?
I feel like I'm watching fake wrestling when I'm watching soccer. It sucks. Flop, 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 flop. That's from Bob Wagon does not like the topic.
Good thing it's not required viewing.
No, the flopping is a real black eye on the sport.
Soccer talk? I'd much prefer another deep dive into Papers Spielberg's hair. Let's compare them follicles, baby. That's from Shrimply Pibbles.
I like Shrimply Pibbles.
You like
Sends
his
in
hair?
pictures of his wife.
Yeah, he's from the pictures I've seen, he's got nice hair. And seems like a pleasant sort.
Okay.
Well, he doesn't want us talking about the World Cup.
I don't care. World Cup's awesome.
I love it too.
It's so much fun
I
to
really
watch.
do.
It's awesome.
I can't get enough of it.
It's really great, and it's all day. You get matches left. I was getting salty yesterday because the second half of Iraq was delayed for so long.
Yeah, we had Stars and Philly.
I wanted to watch both that and the Norway-Senegal match that overlap, and then the Cardinal game starts. It was too much content for me to view.
Let me Gallup poll you.
Yes.
Would you rather have the United States win the World Cup or the Cardinals win the World Series this year?
That's a good question. The U.S. winning the World Cup would just be incredible, but something about the Cardinals winning this year would be really cool.
See, that's the thing.
It'd be
I agree.
Really
like a
cool.
few years ago, it might have been a different thing, but this year, because I have to tell you, also mathematically, the odds are about the same. For each.
I know. Cardinal World Series runs, like every moment of them, I can recall to a certain extent because I just love them so much. So
Morgan.
I'll say the Cardinals. This year especially. If it was even 2022, I would tell you U.S. World Cup because the World Cup was that year. I would say the U.S. winning the World Cup. But this year, the Cardinals winning it all would be really awesome.
Doug, what would your answer be on that?
Same. It's an immediate Cardinals.
Cardinals are plus 12,500, so I gave incorrect information there that it would be much less likely, according to the odds makers. Chairman Kurt, where would you be?
Cardinals, no doubt.
How about that?
Because you think about it, too, then you're looking at a possible 5 to 10 years of this core of players to go out there year in, year out who've already established based on a championship. That would be talk about baseball being back in St. Louis.
But I'm in lockstep with Jackson. If this was the last year's team, it would be a U.S. World Cup, no doubt.
Yeah, it does kind of change the dynamic for me, but still, my two holy grails that are left are Missouri basketball or football winning a national championship and the U.S. winning the World Cup.
Yeah. Now, I say 2022, I'd rather have the U.S. win the World Cup. 2022 would have been Waino, Yadi, and Albert winning one last one together. Now I'm back put to the test.
The United States winning the World Cup would be monumental. SMH, guys. It's from the Harry Hog. They're not happy with their answers.
Well, these are personal answers.
Well, you can have your own answer.
I can totally agree that.
I don't know if you can.
In terms of the grand scheme of what it means.
Not even close.
Right.
It's from the Harry Hog. He's back.
Okay, but you can't tell me what I should feel.
No, for me, it's not close either. It's the Cardinals. We live and die with them every night from the start of spring training to the end of it. That's where the passion is. I don't know any of these U.S. players except for Tim Ream, the guy with the St. Louis connection. I don't follow soccer. I have that big of an
U.S. wins the World Cup. I'll love it that day and for a couple days after. But
me
then
too.
life just goes on. Cardinals win it all. I'll remember that for a while.
Yeah. Then you worry
if you
about
were
who's
asked
pitching.
in Lake Placid in 1980, if you would have rather had the U.S. win the gold medal or the Cardinals beat the Willie Stargell-led Pirates.
Probably then I would have said the Cardinals.
So you've hated America for a long time.
Well, but that thing built up. He didn't really know going in that this was going to be such a big deal, the hockey. And then they kept winning.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If this would sweep the nation.
Yeah.
National pride.
In the grand scheme of
Americans
things.
together at a time of great division. A soccer team created a miracle on turf.
Yeah, the U.S. becoming the 9th team to win the World Cup as opposed to the Cardinals' 12th World Championship. Obviously, the U.S. winning the World Cup is bigger, but from a personal standpoint, where would my passion go more towards? It would go more towards the Cardinals.
Grow up, Hoosiers!
No.
The Hoosiers hating the World Cup are the same Cowboys fans that talk S on the NFL still for the kneeling protest. Grow up, Hoosiers!
Oh.
That's from Jamie's Sugar Baby.
No one said we hated the World Cup. He needs to grow up because he can't hear very well.
Yes.
Or is not processing English words.
We got a break. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is proud to be sponsored by Stiefel, one of the truly great St. Louis-based companies. They also sponsor the Cardinals and the Blues and the St. Louis Stiefel Charity Classic, Stiefel Theater, the U.S. National Ski Team. They're everywhere. And it's true. Good things come to those who wait. At Stiefel, great things come from knowing when to act. For 135 years, Stiefel has helped individuals, families, and business owners make thoughtful financial decisions. Founded in St. Louis in 1890, Stiefel combines deep local roots with national professional capabilities. From customized wealth management to investment banking and traditional banking, Stifel delivers fully integrated solutions designed for complex financial lives, whether you're growing, preserving, or transitioning wealth. That same long-term mindset is why Stifel proudly supports TMA, because they know success is all about timing and knowing when the moment is actually the moment. Investing, banking, advising. Stifel, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, what was your lifetime roofing lead? Do you remember?
Cardinals.
That's exactly right. And they will take on the Diamondbacks tonight as the Cardinals try to make it 3 in a row. And it is a beautiful day in the St. Louis area today for some baseball. And the Cardinals will go up against Eduardo Rodriguez, who could go 8 innings and shut him down, or could go an inning and a third and give up 10 runs. I don't think he does anything in between. Do you remember the first time we saw Eduardo Rodriguez, Doug?
I don't. I'm
pretty confident it was the 2013 World Series. He's still pitching, I think.
He's got great numbers this year. 6-2, 2.45 ERA.
He can go out and deal.
Yeah.
So heads up on that one. Lifetime Roofing lead, lifetimeroofingstl.com. Serving the St. Louis metropolitan area since 2005 as veteran and locally owned. And they only do business in the St. Louis metropolitan area. They're not storm chasing all over the Midwest. That means they are locally owned and locally accountable to you with insurance adjusters on staff at lifetimeroofingstl.com. They operate at a very high level. Lifetime's insurance division understands all phases of the insurance claims process. They are award-winning. They are A-plus rated. And you can ask about their literal lifetime warranty on new roofs and James Hardy siding. It's lifetimeroofingstl.com, the sponsor of the lead on the morning after every morning at 7 o'clock. Matthew Tkachuk is going to be the lead on Friday because he's going to be with us right at 7 o'clock. And tomorrow, new Hockey Hall of Famer Keith Walter Tkachuk is going to be with us. What time there, Jackie Papers?
7:30.
7:30. These Tkachuks get up early.
Yeah.
Well, they must.
Early bird gets the worm. That's how you get to the Hall of Fame.
Think about that, Doug.
Yeah, could be why they're also insanely successful.
Yeah. Eduardo Rodriguez, Tim, unfortunately made his MLB debut in 2015.
What the hell am I thinking about?
He was a key member of the 2018 Red Sox who won the World Series, but that was, of course,
Cardinals
against
didn't
the
play
Dodgers.
against them.
No, certainly not.
That 2018 Red Sox team is considered the best of the 21st century.
Pretty sick.
For whatever reason, I guess because the Cardinals weren't in the mix, I don't. Chris Sale, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was dealing. Mookie Betts.
Yep. Yep, they were fairly loaded. Xander Bogaerts was still really, really good. David Freese was on the Red Sox that year, or on the Dodgers, I should say.
I was about to say, if David Freese was on the Red Sox, he's starting to go through some kind of mental memory loss.
Kenley Jansen was very good for the Dodgers. I'm just looking at some notes here.
Okay. We can all whisper that Sandy Koufax pretty good.
David Price on the Red Sox that year.
Yeah. Ted Williams pretty good with the Red Sox.
Okay. Eduardo Nunez, Tim. Eduardo Nunez, but he wasn't a pitcher.
Yeah.
So why does it matter? I don't know. What am I saying?
Well, hey, Tim, I want to award Jackson the first ever 10 out of 10 Sports Center update for being able to pronounce Giannis' name perfectly.
Thank you. A lot of practice.
Say it for us.
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Okay.
Pale, twosome, 445, all yours. That's from the recovering alcoholic. I don't know what that means.
He texted me that, and I already told him I cannot.
What, to play golf today?
Yeah.
Where are you playing?
I'm not playing anywhere. Just can't do it.
Secret plans?
Yeah, it does sound secretive.
There is no secret
those
plan
boots today?
Yeah, that's right. I got to go get some boots.
Got to figure out what Jackson's up to.
I'm going to Fairmont Park today.
Horse hooky.
Horse hooky.
Yeah.
Rich Gould loved horse hooky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a fun time.
You going to have like 10, 12 beers?
No, I won't have any beer. But they do have really cheap hot dogs. Might have one of those. Who knows?
Guys, Tim asked if you would rather the Cardinals, if you could have a choice, the Cardinals winning the World Series this year or the United States winning the World Cup. Doug, would you rather Mizzou wins a national title in football, or you could have Biff and Show back, but only if Biff interjected moans into interviews when asking about splashing, do you then lean Biff and Show? That's from Alan Danville.
Because that could last for years, and the Mizzou thing would just be a one and done. So, yeah, I'll go for Biff and Show.
But what about Missouri and Notre Dame playing sometime in mid-February for the national championship?
Yeah, it sounds fun now.
After 18 college football games that they'll have to play.
But Biff and Show would be every day with the groaning and the splashing.
So you're going Biff and Show?
I think so, yeah.
We'll take a break, come back with the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Appliance Discounters is the sponsor of Doug's Suspension Logule, and TMA listeners, Appliance Discounters has an exclusive deal just for you. Come in today and receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. That's right, 5% instant savings off their already low prices. In addition to the 5% instant rebate, you can receive other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. Now you know why they're called the Appliance Discounters. Huge savings, locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months interest-free financing, all from the #1 largest family-owned appliance retailer in St. Louis. Visit any of their 7 area locations in Afton, Baldwin, Concord Plaza, Earth City, Maplewood, St. Charles, or shop online at theappliancediscounters.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals Diamondbacks tonight, 6:45 p.m. First pitch. Kyle Leahy on the mound for your Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to TMA. Michael's Baths, delivering elevated bathroom spaces that blend luxury comfort and a smart design, all tailored to the way you live. Martin Kilcoyne just had his bathroom done at his house by Michael's Baths. The before and after pictures, absolutely incredible. If you're considering doing it, I recommend Michael's Baths. With 30 years of experience, all 5-star reviews, and A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and VA recommended, Michael's Baths delivers craftsmanship you can trust without gimmicks or high-pressure sales. It's not a temporary fix or a quick cover-up. It's a complete transformation. I can tell you that firsthand, seeing the pictures from Martin's house at michaelsbaths.com, or call 636-775-0800 and ask about financing options, including 0% interest upon approval. Michael's Baths, family-owned, insured, and where everyday bathrooms become something exceptional. Jackson, who won today's Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day?
An unbelievable run. He's undeniable. Mark from Mark's Bra and Mulch.
Today was an impressive field. Today was an impressive.
Buck Swope brought the heat.
I mean, I'm telling you, a bunch of people.
Jugs in D.C. brought the heat.
Yeah, but
that's 2 in a row for Mark.
Yeah, he's playing really well. We're heading down the hallway. You can stay with us on the YouTube channel for After the Morning After. BK and Ferrario are coming up next here on 101 ESPN. Time to go. Bye.